Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
We're almost ready to flip the script into 2025, but first, one final order of business in the iRacing special event calendar. It's a welcome to America's Motorsports Resort and to the Production Car Challenge at ViR. Exactly what the special events are all about. Some great cars, a great track, and 4 hours on the clock. A great end to the year as well. Our Junior Kanki party joined alongside by Lewis McLeod here on the iRacing Esports Network, live on RaceBot TV. And Lewis, it's been a blockbuster year in many ways, 2024, and this is a great way to sign off a new special event, one added relatively short notice, and one that can be done all by yourself in this holiday period.
We've gone from having a lot of fun and a lot of these big super serious special events, the Daytona 24-hour, Bathurst, Sebring, all these sorts throughout the year, obviously ending with the main big one with Petit Le Mans. We had a lot of fun in all those. The Production Car Challenge, a little bit different when it comes to the professionalism and stuff, but still, you're going to be desperate to finish 2024 with a victory. And you know what? We're going to have a little bit of a fun ride along the way.
Fun, yes. You talk about the less professional teams in sim racing maybe putting less of an effort on this. To be fair, most of those drivers might not be at home, might not be there by their rigs today. It means we'll get to see some new teams, talk about some new drivers across of what is 4 very interesting classes of competition, with some interesting team names as well. Qualifying underway right now, 8 minutes on the clock, and one thing that people will notice if they're joining us for the first time here at ViR and they're seeing some corners that they've not necessarily seen before, Lewis, we are running the full Grand West layout, as it's called on iRacing. That's 4 odd miles, 6.76 kilometers, works out at about 24 turns, and it means that we're going to see lap times around 2 minutes for some of these classes.
Yeah, obviously you've got the massive infield section here at ViR. And as you go out onto the backstretch out of Oak Tree and the likes, that's where you prepare to turn right and then head into that infield section. You saw the definitely not a BS competition car there. There's going to be some fun liveries out on the grid and obviously some fun team names. We will dance our way around it as gracefully as possible. But there are some solid liveries. Let's go with that.
Yeah, some liveries are more creative than others. Some embody the ethos of design is my passion, and they broke out the Comic Sans for today. There you'll see one of the Renault Clios. Remember, 4 different classes of competition, but one thing that Lewis and I were sort of watching and judging from the practice session is the Clios, the GR86s, the MX-5s, they'll be pretty much on top of one another, and it's just the GT4s that are going to make the traffic an interesting proposition. I mentioned Comic Sans, by the way. There you were.
Yep, that was a cracking livery. Potentially the second best on the circuit. I've been wisely informed that I have to say the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango livery, which is, I believe, one of the...
Say that
the
team name again, sorry?
Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango. Yeah, no, well, there you go. Look at that for a livery. Danimal.
That is the first time Lewis McLeod has ever said those words in that order before.
And it's probably one of the first times that I said a car that looks like that is decent, and that's because I'm lying through my teeth.
Sorry, Dan. Yeah, sometimes these drivers really make us say stuff that we don't necessarily agree with. I'm wondering if that's going to be the case with some of our traffic management, because this is the S's. It's a section of VIR that many are familiar with. You've got some of the houses on the left-hand side where people can enjoy a great view of the racing. You flip your way over the top of the crest and then work your way towards where there used to be the old tree on the inside of the corner. iRacing rescanned and resurfaced this track a couple of years ago, and in doing so also lost the tree, which unfortunately has been gone from reality for a handful of years now. But this is where, Lewis, you're going to get ready to, instead of continue to blast your way all the way down towards the roller coaster section, instead get on the brakes slightly earlier and, like you mentioned, hook it into the infield.
Yep, indeed, going through a corner which we're not allowed to say the name of. That's fine, you can look it up yourselves, as we head then into this infield section, and kind of a little bit harder to navigate. Obviously, you're not normally driving around here. If you've played games like Forza and stuff, you probably have driven this a little bit. Flick it through a left-hander, really tricky right there, just to get it all the way back over the left, flick it through the right, and then back into a left, which kind of opens up a little bit. But this infield section is quite tricky, and this is where traffic management is going to be really tricky, really difficult, basically impossible, and also potentially you're going to have to be very, very, very patient even in your own class, because you can see it's very windy, it's very twisty, it's very turny.
And so now imagine we're talking about the Clios, the GR86s, and the MX-5s all being on top of one another, right? Throw all three into the mix. It's going to make, like we said, traffic management the key talking point. GT4s have already begun to set some qualifying times. It's the Jenna Ortega fan club by P1 Doc's car that currently sits on provisional pole. They're only 47 thousandths quicker than the German sim racing team, so some fast times there. What's Dan Amor going to do for us? We've had a nice ride around the infield with him and his MX-5, and the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango number 8. It's a long run all the way to the timing beam as well, but a 2:58.10 should put him to the provisional pole time for the class. But it is a good, almost a full second off of what the Clios did, similar to, say, for the GR86s.
Yeah, I mean, look, you'll see this is that the GR86, despite it being sort of the third class, is faster than the Clios, and then slightly faster than the MX-5. The MX-5s aren't really that far off. Those three classes, the Clios, the GR86s, and the MX-5s, are all relatively close, and they're about 15 seconds off of the top category, being those BMW M4 GT4s. So this is one of the things we're going to be talking about all the way through, is how effectively through this race we're going to see the Clios, the GR86s, and the MX-5s all basically racing with each other, which will be hard to follow and quite interesting.
Fun for us, at least. Maybe not so fun for some of the drivers behind the wheel. I think we've already called it out. This is a race that can be done either solo or as a team. And so you're going to see some drivers doing all 4 hours by themselves. But Lewis, some drivers will have the ability to jump out of the car, put a teammate in while they're starting to feel a little bit of fatigue, feeling a little bit of the pressure. Quite curious how that's going to end up playing out.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's different methodologies for this one. I would not want to do the 4 hours by myself. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how you are, Gina. 4 hours is a long time solo, and I get hungry. So that's not a vibe I'm going for. But some drivers like that because it's just you in the car. I mean, we've seen people this year do 24-hour races at solo, so each to their own.
So you're talking to someone that did many 4-hour races at the Nordschleife by himself, so I'm not opposed to it. The GT4 is just about able to get another qualifying time onto the board, and we're talking mere seconds between the checkered flag flying and some of these drivers being unable to set their times. But Patrick Hingston does improve and holds on to pole, and like that, the qualifying session's in the book. Let's go trackside, take you down through the starting grid for the Production Car Challenge at VIR. Jenna Ortega Fan Club by P1 Docs. They're a full 1/10 of a second quicker than G29 Merchanting, but that front row shows some speed, and then a bit more of a gap back to German Sim Racing and the Airy team on row number 2. Love the design on the Carl Simsport number 14, very reminiscent of other video games back in the past, with the SART Endurance team alongside on row number 3, but some big gaps, 1.5 seconds to 7th, and BRT and Basic Ollie. Thomas Enge Sim Racing will line up alongside, with the Barracuda Networks team alongside Friend Motorsport to complete the top 10. And then Dingus Racing, channeling the spirit of Top Gear with that livery alongside the Angry Beaver Racing, Gendrick Pognesi team, and then NSR Red SimPerformance.dk round out the 13 car class for GT4, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. On to the Clios, where Impulse Racing have the pole. One of our actual sim racing teams on the grid. Fastlane, Team Mad alongside in the front row. Rig Races start from third position with a name we're going to have to struggle through this broadcast. Orange? No idea. We'll figure that one out. Of course, TSRC Esports, not saying the second bit. And then iRacing make Clio a free car. I'm not making a political statement. That's just the team name. Team Chimera ahead of two Wiskins Racing's cars in 8th and 9th, with S4S Racing car and Beanedit Motorsport down there. One final Clio as well to deal with, and that is the 3 Blind Mice car, Arjuna.
And I'm hoping they're not blind, because otherwise they're in for a very interesting day. To the GR86s, where it's JFR Esports alongside the Apex Action Racing with Project Valorous team. Some of these drivers have been competing in this car in some esports championships across of 2024. The MWGP Real Drive team alongside of Dudarev Motorsport on row 2 with Apex This GR alongside Motorsports Factory. What a great team name in that number 55. 7th for Scuderia Bababui and Nicholas Sudik in that pink and blue entry. Blocco Motore Simsport will roll alongside with Cracked Racing Fruit Gang, Hexa Racing Team Purple, and then Epic Sim Racing. Last but not least, 11 GR86s rolling out.
And it is Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango starting from the pole position in the MX-5s alongside 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkasor. They'll be starting first and second. I know that Danamore and Dario Frattini have raced a little bit in the past. It's got to really squint to see the next one. I'm just going to call them Unfortunate Instant Racing, because that is a long old name. Trying to break our little record there, Arjuna. 5-Star Motorsport, then with Outlier Speed and Team Jack Veazey. That's an easy one to say, because it's just him racing in that one. Firebird Sim Racing with JP's team, then Rudolph Redline Racers, and then Team Tour. Of course, Talk Tour podcast and Hot Tour Sim Sport, all starting from the back of the field. See how much the likes of Cody Deeth can work their way through. Probably quite far, to be honest.
I didn't even realize that there was a bit of a team shenanigans going on in that class with their team names. Anyway, we've just finished with qualifying. We're rolling for our formation lap. 4 hours on the clock. Dynamic weather, however, no chance of rain if you are wondering. We're covering the top split, but there's plenty of splits, and that's all determined by the driver's iRatings in this team event, where you can do it solo. If you're feeling really crazy, you could do it with 16 drivers. Let's not forget, though, that even though this is a track where incident limits aren't necessarily something we'll be talking about, grass is what greets you if you push a little bit too wide. 35 incident points over the course of a run will get you a drive-through penalty, and then every 20 after that for the 50 drivers and teams that Lewis will take to the start.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, speaking of the minimum drivers being 1, and so how many teams are racing there as 1, I would say over half the grid, comfortably over half the grid, are racing as solo driver entries in this one. So it is long. Are we doing a full outlap?
Yes, no. So that's 4 hours of racing and then a 4-minute pace lap as well.
My God, yeah, because it would be fine if you got here and then just went straight on. Alas, that is not what we do. This is a long pace lap. How do you feel about long pace laps? I don't vibe with them. I get bored. I think there's a time and a place for a full pace lap, proper esports stuff, this, that, and the other. Most of the time, I just want to go racing.
I don't disagree with you, but again, Lewis, you're talking to someone that used to run full pace laps at the Nordschleife before a 4-hour race. So you're talking to the wrong person here, I feel like, today.
What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. I'm just a sane person, and you're not normal. 20 degrees is the air temperature. With what's more important to me, I think, look at that wind. And why is it significant, Lewis? Because you've got all of these elevation changes, because you've got all of these sort of roller coastery sections. Even though these aren't, open wheel downforce cars, that wind's going to have an impact. And so if you come over the crest and suddenly you're blasted in a direction you're not expecting, you could be in for a world of trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky indeed, especially through that middle section where grip's kind of a bit all over the place. But, these cars, they're not the most aero-dependent at all. The GT4 is obviously the most so of the entire grouping, but all those behind, definitely not so. You won't really notice too much in any of the lower categories, between the GR86s, the Clios, or the MX-5s. And you probably won't notice too much in the GT4s either. It's not like racing around here in F1 cars and such. That said, I would like to see an F1 car roll through this middle sector.
Ooh, I mean, that's what you can do on iRacing, right? Just dial up the car and track combo and see what it's all about. A couple of people in chat, by the way, saying that their splits of the production car challenge at VIR have seen a little bit of rain. So these top split drivers today on this Saturday, Lewis, being let off a little bit lightly as they start to file up 2x2 and get ready to get underway.
Yeah, I did check the weather for this one. At the moment, there is no predicted weather. There's a very low percentage, very, very low percentage later on, but we're not going to get any rain here. I think we're going to run dry all the way through the 4 hours of this race.
And so our BMW safety car is going to peel off and away. And for many of these drivers, for the final time, it's eyes towards the green flag. A new special event to add to the calendar. It's the production car challenge at America's Motorsports Resort. And Patrick Hingston's not waiting around. We're racing at VIR. And already German sim racing have pounced on G29 Merchanting down to turn number 1. Clio's underway as well. All 4 classes will have officially started this race with the green flag in the air. And so everybody's going to be jockeying for some track position. The GT4 is able to cycle through turn 1 safely. GR86s, here's the pressure from Nate Stewart on the run up to turn number 1.
Yeah, indeed, like I say, this is where things are going to get interesting. I mean, I like the fact for the GR86 they've actually kind of backed off a little bit, but there's already a crash in it, though. I think that might have been potentially, I was going to say impulse, but that's wrong class, isn't it? There was someone who went off, though, definitely in the GR86s going through the opening couple of corners.
There was also something, I think, at least 1 or 2 GT4 entries getting tangled up as well, and you can see here, still overlapping somewhat, not necessarily what they anticipated. Impulse might have a slowdown penalty because from the lead, they've now dropped outside of the front 4 positions, and Miguel Freitas still bleeding some speed and time in that car. The GT4 entry is going to continue to sweep its way on through, but this is what traffic's going to do, bring in a little bit of chaos. And I will say one thing, Lewis, low chance of rain, yes, as that was Thomas Orenz going straight on at Oak Tree Corner. Low chance of rain, but it has gotten very gloomy all of a sudden.
Yeah, indeed, which will decrease the track temperature and actually increase the grip. I will say I've just had a little bit of a look back at T1 as to the GR86s, as we've got another one of the GR86s going a bit of rallycross racing here, and with a significant amount of damage on that 77. It was the Apex, this car, completely missing it because they got smashed out of the way. As there's Dan Moore going straight around the outside. That could cost them more the lead, though, in the MX-5s. I believe 87 racing Dario Frattini is going to come through.
Yep, that almost did, but I think good exit there for the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango number 8, and it holds on. You can see the still very much crabbing GR86 trying to work its way past. The MX-5's now fighting up towards turn 13 as well as they switch back to the infield with one of the GT4s. That's the 99 Friend Motorsport car that started down in pit lane trying to work its way through. Dario Frattini, let's not forget, started on the front row on the outside of the leader, but has been jumped by 2 on the start, and now having to watch in his rearview mirrors as well because there's some close action as they start to cycle their way down on through. And this is one of the more fun sections of the infield, but it's very much single file.
Yeah, indeed. Like, you can see how hard it was to navigate. We'll say the update there on the 87 Racing by Scuderia Ducasor. That one being Dario Frattini actually dropped back after contact going out onto the back stretch there. That's why not quite up there fighting with the whopping livery on the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango. I'm going to have to keep looking at that a few times. That's what happened to some of the M4s. There was quite a crash in there, including one of your favourite liveries.
Now, it was 1, 2, 3 all piling into each other, and then they split the taco machine pretty well, I've got to say. Painful to be stricken there, and then as you catch another look at it, it's a big bit of contact with the 13 as well, the Barracuda Networks car as it came on through, and then that's where Impulse probably got their slowdown penalty, just pushed wide through all of this. Jump on board with Daniel Molina, and not much he could really do once the incident got underway.
Just right in the middle of it. There's just nowhere for you to go and all that. Cops a bit of a whack on the exit. There goes Impulse and a few of the Clios. Oh, God, it is scary, isn't it, when you're on board and just what to do because you're right in the middle of the road. Let's see what happened elsewhere with Buckley and the MX-5s. That is quite a big whack. Got hit up the rear going into the corner. I think he'll be shouting the corner name as he gets onto the brakes.
The other thing you'll be thinking is, I don't really know what the other driver was thinking there, right? The door wasn't open, let's open it. Maybe that's what the thought running through the mind was. 4 minutes done with this race, and a 2-car breakaway at the front of the BMW GT4 field. It's the Jenna Ortega fan club by P1 Docs up against German Sim Racing, and we'll keep an eye on those two as they maybe start to get towards the tail end of some of this traffic. But just look at the conga line that extends through this Clio field. Fast lane team mad. They've taken the point after, of course, Impulse Racing with their slowdown have dropped back. You can see Miguel Freitas is looking to the inside of Tom Davidson, the TSRC Esports Sweat Knob car. Don't think it's got the speed initially. It's going to be a deep commitment under the brakes, but the pole sitter gets it done.
You're braver than me for saying that one. That's fine. Yes, indeed, TSRC going on the attack. Obviously, someone that we've seen quite a few times in a few events. I've seen TSRC. They're more of like a lower down to not one that we would expect to see in like top split racing for like the Daytona 24-hour and the likes, but they are still a quality team. Impulse is a team that we have seen on the higher level of sim racing, and it's just great to see all these battling around in some Clios. I do rate a Clio actually. I do vibe with them. Yeah, no, I like Clio racing.
Do you like a touring car?
Yeah, exactly. It's front wheel drive. What happens when you slide your way through a corner? Just plant the throttle and hope for the best. Easy peasy.
Front wheel drive apologists here, trying to make up for the lack of skill by just putting in a boot full of throttle.
No, sorry. I was told once in a full-on argument between with myself and my teammate at the time, Eric Strana of the FIA, against Rob Wiesenmuller, where Eric flat out said it is easier to rescue oversteer in a rear wheel drive than it is to rescue understeer in a front wheel drive.
See, but that's the problem.
Front wheel drive is harder to drive. That's what I garnered from that information.
But what you forgot to do is you've left out the important bit, which is that an understeering front-wheel drive car is a slow front-wheel drive car because he really wanted to drive from the rear. There was a switch around for the GT4s. Clio's looking up the inside as well, but really not much happening at the front of each respective class right now. And I think what I'm kind of getting the sense, Lewis, is everyone realizes this is a long race. Traffic management's going to play a big part of it. You don't need to be too aggressive. Having said that, Grozdanic up the inside of turn 1, going to be followed through by 87 Racing by Scuderia Dungasor. Dan Amor's got a 2-second lead and trying to break away.
Yeah, Frattini making the move there to the inside, just getting past Fox there. And that was actually quite a tidy move down at T1. Just to clarify, by the way, to go back to the little Clio thing, the front-wheel drive thing, I mean, yes, it is slower, but that means that you have to be a better driver to get the most out of a front-wheel drive. Pump the brakes, big man.
Not sure how you got that from what I said.
Well, because you said it's slower when it's understeering and stuff, but to get the most out of it, then you have to be patient. You have to be better. Whereas in a rear-wheel drive, you can just plant the throttle, and sometimes you're up there and it's still fine because
I'm sure there's a thread of logic there, but I'm not quite following it yet.
Yeah, well, it's early in the morning for you, so I can understand why you're not following it. It's fine. Back on board with Fox, though, in the Clios. So this is Harry Fox, though, in the Wiskins racing car. One of the 2 Wiskins racing cars in the Clios.
His teammates behind him as well, so it kind of helps when you've got someone that isn't going to be uber aggressive, although only one of them has had the team livery applied, so get a smack on the wrist for the driver behind that forgot to apply the livery. Although, as Lewis and I will often say, at least it's 2 different liveries for us to figure out what's happening. 10 cars in this train of Clios right now. There's a couple that have dropped off the back, I think, but not really fallen too far away. I think we are looking at what, for the most part, is going to be 2-stop races for most of these teams, so just keep that in mind. If there is a driver change, you're somewhat limited in how many opportunities you have, Lewis. As I joked at the start of this broadcast, you could do this race with 16 drivers, but you'd have to be pitting 16 times as well.
Yeah, in 4 hours, it's not going to happen. Like I say, most cars out there, a higher percentage of cars out on the circuit are running just the single drive. I did see Henry Moore drop into chat to say that we'd all be bored if Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango dominate, and I agree. So we need to get Dan to drop back to the rest of the MX-5s and see what the dealio is going to be as we ride on board. How would you say it?
See, since you said it while reading the grid, I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
orange.
Yeah, but it's because the shirt is to be for like Porsche, isn't it? Orange shirt.
Yeah, but okay. How many people actually say Porsche as Porsche?
Yeah, that's because they're wrong.
Don't get me started on that one. Yes, I've been told I say Porsche wrong on Porsche's channel by people on Twitch and YouTube before. But to be fair...
Say Porsche rather than Porsche.
Yes.
Boring.
Anyway, traffic starts to play its part once more for the GT4s as we cut back over to them. That's one of the GR86s that's well separated from the rest of its pack, that's letting the Barracuda Networks car through, with Angry Beaver Racing and NSR Red just behind them. This is really the only little train that we've got, because I mentioned the leaders at one point were close, but the fan club, well, they've been cheering on, and Jenna Ortega's fan club by P1 Docs has broken away in what is one of the liveries of 2024.
It does indeed exist. Yes, I'm sure Jenna Ortega will be well happy to see her name at the top of the tower. You know, it's questionable. I'm sure Florian Harsper as well will be probably filing some paperwork after this about a stolen livery. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It does look a little bit like a BS competition car.
Just a little bit, but that's what makes it so good. The second of the Wiskins racing cars, I think, has lost out there as Daniel Dinsdale slides past in the 89 S4S racing car, and might now have just gotten another one, because the second Wiskins car, Harry Fox, slides off the road. And well, Dinsdale says thank you very much, 2 for the price of 1. Now up into 8th position.
Yeah, indeed. Just a little bit of a costly mistake there from Wiskins, and now from the Wiskins racing team. Obviously, now they've got Bean Dip Motorsport, great name, great livery as well, by the way, on the Bean Dip Motorsport car. Let's see what happened to Harry Fox. The big lock up on the front right, probably more so that was just braking a mile too late. I mean, the entry to that corner is really tricky. You come up and over a crest. We saw it on Dana Moore's hot lap earlier on in the qualifying session, where you come up and over a crest and it's just blind over the top. It is extremely difficult to actually work your way through it as we head back up into the battle for, I think it's second in the MX-5. So Dario Fratini were on board with 5-Star Motorsport directly ahead. I actually quite rate that livery. Matte black, a little bit of brushed chrome on there and some pink. Oh, looks quite good.
Quite well, yeah, no, and all this, like you say, fight for second. Leaders taking advantage of, well, a little bit of traffic, and now 3.5 seconds clear for Dan Amor. So I think we need to get the message over to him. Let off the throttle. Let's bring these drivers back into contention if we're talking about this race being boring without the Crash Bang Wallop team. The GR86s. Now, this is a fight up towards the front of the class. Has been a bit of separation, but the Apex Action Racing team under pressure from MWGP Real Drive and Marcus Raffel can see some of the Clios in front that they're now trying to pick their way on through potentially. These are maybe some of the slower Clios as well, but you've got to just be patient. You've got to find your opportunity, and I'm not quite sure Nate Stewart's going to get a chance before they slingshot up towards the S's. He's going to give it a look, though.
Yeah, indeed. Got to try and get past. This is the thing, though, is that how all these cars get to their speed is all relatively different, and that Clio will actually be quite quick in a straight line, which will be frustrating to no end. Obviously, the things with the GR86s and the MX-5s, they make most of their speed through the corners. Look at how much that Clio's pulled out. Let's see if Marcus Raffel will go for a little bit of a move down the inside, but doesn't really fancy it as we flip through this fast left kick up towards Oak Tree. It's still called Oak Tree in the corner, it's fine.
Yeah, it's called Oak Tree, just with no oak tree in the corner, right? Anyway, bit of a snatch of the break there, but still not sure this is going to be the opportunity. And this is where you want some assistance from your fellow drivers. If you are Nate Stewart, you're mentally trying to send a message to Fabrizio Rivera and the Three Blind Mice machine. Just let me up the inside into this braking zone. I'll be faster than you through the infield, and it will end up working out for us. A bit of a mistake there from the following GR86 as MWGP Real Drive go a little bit wide, and so now they'll just continue to be chalked up all the way down through this infield as they descend in through turn 15A, B, and now just turn 16. That lead gap already growing up towards what's now 3.7 seconds.
Feel brave talking about corner numbers around here. I've avoided it for very good
I'm
reason.
trying to get you triggered. I'm trying to get you off on a rant.
I have avoided it. As soon as you said A and then B, yeah, no, you were close. But there are a lot of corners here, so fair enough. No, it's fine. No, we're moving on. As there was a bit of a look for the Apex Action car, going to try and get past, does indeed clear the 3 blind mice cars. So Rivera dropping back now behind Nate Stewart. And of course, Marcus Ravel will now be thinking, I've got to get through pretty quickly as we head into the roller coaster, down through the left kinks, 2 of them, and then back out onto the start-finish straight. I get the feeling the Apex Action Racing Project Valor car will probably clear a pretty sizable gap before the MWGP car Real Drive is able to get past that Clio.
And a replay, I believe, for the 24. Little spinner-rooney. Not the greatest of rejoins, potentially, for the NSR Red Machine, but no damage, at least to the car, just damage to the ego. As take a look at the live pictures up the inside, and MWGP get it done. A little bit wide for the Clio, and Gilles LeBlanc has just put into the iRacing Esports Network YouTube chat, Clios are such a pain around here, and I think that's what, over that last lap, Lewis, we saw exactly what he meant. They've got so much speed in a straight line that the fastest GR86s are struggling sometimes to pass some of the slightly slower Clios.
Yeah, exactly, because the, lovely slides here from Arenz. That's a beautiful slide. Look at that.
European super slow-mo there.
Oh, wow. Now, see that we just got absolutely played by Hugo Luis.
By our producer there.
That's disgusting. Anyway, I will continue on my topic. You're absolutely right. The thing is, because the difference on speed between the Clios, the GR86s and the MX-5s actually isn't that great. Realistically, it really isn't far. You're talking about maybe a second, maybe to 2 seconds if you put like the very best behind the wheel and then properly got the most out of it. It's really not much, but it's about how they get to that speed. And those GR86s are so much faster through the corners, of which there are quite a lot in that infield section. They just get held up so much behind those Clios because, as well, remember that this grid order started in class order, not qualifying order. That's important.
So if you were faster than, if you are a GR86 and you were faster than a Clio, you still had to start behind them and do the hard work in these early stages to fight your way on forward. It is still Fastlane and Team Mad, JB Masida, that leads in this Clio Cup class, which has been quite fun, by the way, watching Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik, competing in the Renault Clio Cup Europe over the past year, seeing some of his experiences as he transitions from sim racing streaming into doing some real-world racing as well. And I've got to say, the one thing that I do love about the Clio Cup Europe series in particular, Lewis, just the vast number of cars that they've got. It's a pretty crazy sight sometimes seeing 40 or 50 of these things flying down into turn number 1.
Yeah, the joy of how it all kind of works with Clio Cup, France, Benelux, and then Spain, and then they all get merged into Clio Cup Europe for a few rounds. And I had I was fortunate enough to commentate on Clio Cup Spain in Valencia in 2022. That was good fun. And they are absolutely crazy when they race around circuits, and like I say, seeing it here in the sim is always fun, especially considering, I mean, just look how close they all are. These lot are not separated by very much at all, and this is probably how it's going to be at least until the pit stop, because they do dish out a fair amount of slipstream, so they can kind of stay close in one big train.
And that is the view down below that you get when you jump into iRacing and take out the Clio Cup for a ride. New memberships are 50% off through January the 5th, so if you forgot to give someone a special Christmas gift or something for the holidays, it's not too late to give the gift of iRacing before the end of the year. iRacing.com/holiday-sale. Always a great opportunity to make sure that someone you want to feel special gets the gift of sim racing. Now, special can mean very different things, right? Special can mean you win a race and dominate your competition, but for me and Lewis, it's more traditional that we get involved in an incident, we have an exchange of angry words with the other driver, and then we leave feeling a great deal of shame for our lack of skill behind the wheel.
What do you mean? I was racing F4s around Snetterton last week, and a certain Mr. Max Verstappen appeared.
Did you race Max Verstappen, or was he just at a different server?
No, he was on the same grid. He started last and flew past me like I was stood still. That's fine, don't worry about it. And yeah, he did end up winning. But that's fine. That's the joy that you can have by racing on iRacing, being absolutely slapped by some of the world's best.
Absolutely. And maybe someone like Max Verstappen will end up jumping into your particular official race. Crazier things have happened. The leads, by the way, across of all of our classes, some trends starting to develop where only really the Clio Cup lead is up for grabs right now. Back over to the MX-5s, 2x2, switch around for second as 5-Star Motorsport are passed by 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaur. Just behind them, Outlier Speed. Pressure built from Hulk 2 Motorsports as Cody Deeth, who, let's not forget, started at the back of the grid, has been slowly sliding his way through the competition toward the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is just like the early stage of the race where everyone's just finding their way into position. But when you've got big groups and battles like this, it kind of all chops and changes quite frequently. But because of how and when they've battled, they've allowed big gaps to appear, and so there might be some frustration brewing lower down in these categories. Obviously, this is where we were talking about this on the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, obviously last weekend, Arjuna, where we were discussing new cars and classes and how long cars can go and all this, that and the other. And we were saying that the thing is, especially with something like this, we don't typically see the GR86s, the MX-5s and the Clios run for longer distance races, especially around typical, not typical circuits like this. As to how this one is going to end up rolling out strategy-wise, I'm seeing a few things in chat about how this could be two-stop strategies for a few of the classes, if they can fuel save and stuff. There's a lot of things up in the air, and I think that's not just for us, that's for the drivers as well.
Yeah, and I think the forecast is what's making it interesting, right? Because we said there was a very low chance. We're keeping an eye on it, and it's still a low chance. I don't want to start to invite the excitement that rain is abound, but we've gone from 3% to 12% chance of rain. So it's slowly climbing up, and it is getting grayer. It is looking a bit more overcast, so who knows is all I'm saying. Car is attempting a pass, by the way, and that is the team name, Car.
Cracking team name.
And what a cracking livery as well. Design is their passion.
It is also, just to clarify, as much as it just says car for you all at home, it is in quotation marks, and it does say a lot of things on the car. It says, chat, is this real? You're behind me. Condolences, bro. It says that on the back, which is horrendous, but I kind of respect it, as they'll try and work their way past the legendary F1 car of Beandt Motorsport in that legendary Williams Cannon car. That's a terrible move from Car.
Got it done, and then overcommitted, and suddenly it switches back around. Now there is an overlap down towards turn 15A, and I think Beandt Motorsport, Tom Lennox Brown, going to say, you know what, let's not continue this little squabble, and you may have this position. Yes, it's real, and now I have to read some of the messaging on the back of your car. If you're wondering about some of these team names, some of these liveries, well, Lewis mentioned it at the start. These are some of the less professional sim racing teams and drivers than you traditionally, I think, see in some of the iRacing special events. It's great to see a bit more of a varied field, see some drivers that we may not necessarily get the chance to talk about, because at the end of the day, there are some very strong drivers up and down through the field, and there'll be some drivers that maybe specialize in these particular cars, Lewis, as opposed to the GT3s and maybe the GTPs that we'll see in Daytona in a couple of weeks' time when we kick off the 2025 special events and the iRacing Daytona 24.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones of, like, as much as this is the last race of the year, it all kicks off again fairly soon, and this is the beautiful thing of, like, ending the year with a meme, and then starting the year with probably, it depends on where you have your level of importance, but certainly when it comes to number of drivers taking part, it is the biggest. More drivers take part in the Daytona 24 Hour here at iRacing than any other sim racing event. And then depending on how you feel about it, it could be the most important sim racing event for you. And it's just it's such a juxtaposition to come straight off of a race like this and then go and get ready for Daytona. But that is what it is. Are we doing it together? Are we doing Daytona 24 together? No?
You mean racing?
Yeah. No. Wimp.
Well, here's the thing, Lewis.
No,
I've tried many a Daytona 24.
Ugh.
Never finished one. Well, that's not fair. Never finished one with a clean car on the lead lap.
Yeah, but isn't that part of it?
Yeah, but no. I'd quite like to finish on the lead lap and not get involved in silly incidents in traffic.
Yeah, if you finish in a clean car on the lead lap, then, especially in the splits that we're in, you'll probably win.
It's been a while since I've raced. I wonder what my 4,500 I rating would get me into these days in a Daytona 24.
Right.
Well, the reason I say that, Lewis, is there was once upon a time, as we take a look at Byron Phillips, turned by one of the GT4s and lost a whole bunch of time through all of that. So slightly uncomfortable in the second of the tour entries, the two team cars. But a couple of years ago, Lewis, 4,500 I rating would have gotten you second, maybe third split, fourth at worst. Now, let's be real, it's like 8th split at best.
8th, 9th, 10th, yeah. It's, I mean, to be fair, if you are sat there at home having aspirations of maybe getting onto the broadcast for the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour, I'm going to be completely realistic with you.
Oh, don't crush the dreams.
I'm going to crush the dreams. Realistically, you need to have about 10k I rated, 9.5 at a minimum. And to clarify, your teammates also need to be that high up. I think the strength of field for the GT3s at Daytona, or GTDs really, at the Daytona 24 Hour last year, I am pretty sure it was the highest. It certainly was the highest I've ever seen. It was something like 9.8k was the strength of field for the entirety of the category of the GTDs. That was, what was it, 13 cars, 12 cars, 13 cars? Because it was a smaller split of GTDs, I remember. But then you're talking about 3 or 4 drivers a car, and it's 9.8k. It was absolutely wild.
It's gotten to a point now where, I ratings are so high that, there are people that are doing many races, and I forget the stat. We talked about this last week on the DNLS broadcast, but it's what, 50-something people or something now?
It's nearly 60, yeah.
Yeah, with 10k I rating, and that's just for the sports car license, so pretty crazy. Battle for second in the GR86. Now, this is 8 seconds off the back, off the leader, so JFR Esports have truly broken clear. MWGP Real Drive under pressure once again from the Apex Action Racing with Project Valorous machine, and then about 6 seconds down the road to 4th place in Dudarev Motorsport. So as it stands right now, the 3 classes, the Clio, the GR86 and the MX-5, Lewis, we are starting to see them start to overlap into one another.
Yep, indeed. Like you say, it's as the race goes on, obviously they started relatively separate in groups, not crazy separate, not like, where you're given a 90-second gap. But they were relatively separate, and so now that gap's kind of closed up a little bit, and now we're starting to see the pace differential. But this is where, like you say, those GR86s, JFR Esports, they're going to get quite frustrated trying to work their way through some of those Clios. And this is where, again, being a little bit overzealous, being a little bit too ambitious, that's where you can have the incidents. I mean, the MX-5s even catching the back of some of the GR86s. I'm curious to see what the pace differential is going to be between those two. I'd suspect it's not that different.
I believe we're watching a replay for Dario Frattini in the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw machine. So he's dropped back behind some of his other MX-5s. They got the Barracuda Networks car involved as well now as they sweep in towards the infield, and so almost kicks off all sorts of things, but single file once more. And now, with Outlier Speed Co. running second, Hawk Tour Motorsports in third, and then 5-Star Motorsports, Nazdan Grozdanic sat behind them. One little bit of a moment, and it's all changed around.
Yeah, indeed. Isn't it interesting that the car that's called 5-Star Motorsport is behind a car that's got a lot of stars in it? Is that not interesting? Especially considering, at least from the back, the 5-Star Motorsport car has no stars in it. Read into that what you will. That's the.
Sorry, I'm just keeled over laughing because I don't even know what Lewis was, where he was going, and then I was like, wow.
I'm just saying that there's 1 star on that car. But look at how many stars are on this one. Have your team name match your livery. Anyway, that's fine. I'll go off from random rants on this broadcast. Absolutely fine. It is a tight battle though, and Frattini right at the back of it, who was running in second place and battling for the lead with Dana Moore earlier on this in this broadcast, probably be thinking about how he's got more speed than the rest of the class.
And speaking of Dan Amor, if they want to keep this race interesting, 7 seconds clear at the front of the field. It's time to lift off and bring these 4 into contention. Going to be a look up the inside then from Cody Death on Lincoln Fox, and from the back to second. Now just 1 more position to gain for Hawk 2 Simsport. Let's see how they can work on the gap. 6.8 seconds as it stands right now. But if there's any driver that's going to make some headway in towards the lead margin, you'd probably bet it's Cody Death. How many iRating does he have? Only 6,551, but I believe this is not even his main account.
No, indeed. By the way, I have checked. There is 56 drivers above 10k iRating. Again, I remember the days when it was 1.
And he had a nickname.
Yeah, and it doesn't work. Is he still 10k? Yeah, I think he's 10.7, isn't he?
He's dropped down back below 11k. Okay.
That was when we all called him Beneke anyway, and it's Beneke. Yeah. That's fine. It doesn't really work. 10k Beneke doesn't really vibe. So you got to mess up his name and give him the wrong iRating. That's okay. That's okay. 10k Beneke. It'll work. Obviously, iRating inflation. The more people that join the service, the more iRating there is, because it is a zero-sum formula. And so, the more iRating that ends up, which could mean that if you've joined the service and then lost iRating, some of your iRating might be in the hands of a 10k driver. There's no way to track that, but that would be interesting.
It could be in the hands of Lewis or myself as well. The BMW slides up the inside. Ooh, and you saw they had to give space. Outlier Speed Co. let off the steering lock to try and make sure they didn't get ran into. And here comes the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw machine around the outside to take advantage. The size difference between these two classes, quite comical in many ways. The speed difference maybe a little less funny.
Yeah, imagine if you get a BMW M8 GTE to drive through a bunch of Clios. That would be quite entertaining, at least in the size difference. That was Friend Motorsport, though, not being super friendly with the big dive. Also repping the Race Spot brand, so at least there's that. But that was pretty aggressive down the inside to try and find the way through. But obviously trying to keep close with their battle with the Angry Beaver Racing car. So fair enough. I mean, it was just aggressive, but it worked.
I mean, is that the only metric of success in traffic? I'd argue probably yes, although many will say giving a sense of comfort to your competitors pretty important as well. Out wide from Impulse Racing there. Let's not forget they're on the recovery and trying to slide their way back to the front of the field after starting on pole, getting a slowdown on the opening couple of laps and then being shuffled back in the line. GT4 entry is going to juke up the inside and now try and make the run in towards the S's to pass 1, maybe 2, or maybe even 3 of these Clios if they're feeling brave. But remember, the Clios are not slow in a straight line by any means, and so Thomas Arends will get 1. He might struggle to get 2.
Might pick off the second one, but definitely not really going to get the third. Might commit into the braking zone at the King to try and get through. Going to sneak around the outside. That's actually not too bad. That's actually really nice traffic management there. Just a little bit patient going into those S's and then making the move when it was right. Not trying to force the issue. That's how you navigate traffic. Putting it clearly, just there is a fine line between aggression and patience, which needs to be navigated well. And we've seen some cracking lap traffic management, and we've seen some awful lap traffic management. And that's not just from like different people. That can be from the same person. One day you just get the vibe wrong, and it doesn't hit. And
just that judgment, right? Sometimes you misjudge things on one particular day. traffic is also, let's be honest, a very mental thing, and so sometimes you find yourself in a bad mental state. You make moves that you probably shouldn't. Other times you find yourself being maybe a bit too tentative, and that's not necessarily a good thing either. Cracked Racing, well, cracked the amount of traction they had for a second. A bit better on the rejoin than some of the other stuff that we've seen so far today at Oak Tree Corner. But not an ideal situation by any means. And then similar sort of timing, 3 wide up towards turn 13. Oh, the 23 slightly outdoes itself on the braking. Angry Beaver, angry back onto track, and that could have been a lot more chaotic.
That wasn't ideal. But that's where, you know, you're too wide. This is the thing, is that when you're too wide going into a corner like that, like, who's backing out? Who's the one to lift to allow the rest of them to kind of work their way back? It's a tricky one, but it is what it is. We'll just say Code Deeth, by the way, in the Hot Tour Sim Sports car, did just straight line the opening part of the infield section, and alas, been given a slowdown penalty to drop back in the MX-5s. If you are wondering, there's another slide from Hamling, so that's not great.
Lots of slides around the track. Clio's, by the way, are now going a lap down from the leader, but I think as a result from that, starting to be separated out slightly potentially. Fast lane by Team Mad. Haven't quite broken the draft, but 1.2 ahead of the Rig Racers 787. We've got some GR86 cars as well that's making their way on through. The GR86 leader is well and truly flying right now and is about to catch up to the front of the Clio class and pass them for track position as well. So what a run it's been so far from Jeremy Fletcher. Is he doing this race solo?
I will double check.
He is not.
Is he not?
He's got a teammate, Ben Langford.
But okay, so here's the question though, right? And this is something that I actually don't know. This is something that you maybe know, maybe don't. I don't know.
Uh-oh, okay.
If you've signed up, and even though there is a minimum, like one driver,
yes,
can do this whole race, but you've signed up and you've got 2 drivers, do technically you both have to drive?
Yes, so this is that new system that exactly, they added it to the special events a couple of years ago. Now you declare which drivers are going to drive at the start of the race, and then they must all complete a fair share during the course of the 4 hours. So however that works out, however many laps they need to do, just get it done, and that's the only requirement. But all drivers that were declared must end up racing. So let's say Lewis and I were teamed up for a race, and then my internet decided it didn't want to work, which, let's be honest, has been happening quite a lot in 2024. Lewis would potentially try and do as much of the race as he could, but we get to a point where I would physically be incapable of finishing my fair share, and we would be disqualified no matter what we did.
I will say, I've just seen, I've counted, I think it's 28 or 29, don't trust my counting, drivers on this that are doing the entirety of the 4 hours of this race. The rest of the grid are in 2 driver entries. No one is in more than 2. And we also have a few retirements. We'll talk about that in a second, though, the few retirements we got, because I want to touch on what you just said there, because I distinctly remember there was one race, and I am not going to name names, just to make sure that this entire story is hidden, and I'm not going to endorse this behaviour you are. At the Nürburgring 24 hour in a few years ago, again, it wasn't top split, don't worry. I know there was a team that signed up, assuming that all of the drivers were taking part, and so they'd put on, let's say, 4 drivers, and one of the drivers never showed up because he'd never been told he was taking part in the race.
What?
So that's not a good idea. And so they adjusted the stint plan by getting one of the drivers who was actually racing to get the account of the person to then do the minimum amount of time in that account, and to then hand everything back and proceed as normal. But it's just sort of like, please, before you go into an endurance race, please organise yourself, join in the correct car with the correct number. Well,
It sounds so basic, right? But apparently it's not so simple. Wow, that is a story. That is a story.
I really want to tell you who it was, because it's like, it is 3 proper racing drivers as well.
Send me a message.
Yeah.
We won't say who it is
hiding it from everyone. They're just fine. They're just real racing drivers. It's fine. Don't worry about them. They're all idiots.
That's a racing driver thing, whether it's real or virtual. Let's be honest, though. There is something about as soon as the helmet comes over the head, again, be it real or virtual, where sometimes logic goes out the window, and many drivers are, accustomed to and sometimes attuned to falling on their emotions too much. And that's why when we talk about sim racing and sometimes, at the top levels, the lack of emotion and the ability of these drivers to just focus on the task at hand, it's something that's quite impressive, right? That ability for them to take some of that emotion out of all of it. Now, is there going to be a move here behind 5-Star Motorsport? Will Team Jack Veazey pop out of line? Because they've been slowly just creeping their way into this little fight. Don't pop out of line this time by, but 5-car battle as it sits right now, all for second position, and Cody Deeth has dropped to the tail end of this field, let's not forget.
Yeah, exactly. That was because of he cut across this part of the section here, went straight on and got a slow down penalty, which dropped him to the rear of this train. All 5 of these, though, very, very close. All 5 of these, though, massively behind the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango car of Dana Moore, who's now clear by nearly 10 seconds after 40 minutes of racing here. The opening portion of this race quickly coming to a close. The opening hour not too far away from being completed, so that will be fun. Did see someone in chat. It's actually an interesting question. And again, I am going to smash some people's hopes and dreams here. At what point does... What was it? I want to read it out word for word, just so I'm actually
okay.
on the right ballpark. Since this question, at what point does iRating have to be for the online race to stop being toxic? Okay, just to clarify, iRating doesn't matter on that one. I have raced in races where they're below 1k I-rated and had a great time, and everyone's got good vibes even after incidents. And I've raced in high races where people have high I-rating and everyone's horrible. There is no right or wrong, there is no I-rating that will solve that. It's just the people that you race with. If you're nice to them, they'll be nice to you, to a degree.
To a degree. Sometimes you can't always control your fellow competitors, but yes, I think the thing to remember is neither I-rating nor safety rating are always truly reflective of a person's skill, because sometimes you'll have someone who maybe races a lot in a car they're not very good in, but they're great in another car, and so when they go to that car, their I-rating, again, is not a true reflection. So sometimes the thing to remember is use your eyes. When you're racing around here, for example, do you think that 5-Star Motorsport car is looking comfortable with the tempo that the train is running right now? And so understanding how some of these races work out and maybe knowing when not to fight is quite important to survive in some races. Like Lewis says, I've done plenty of quote-unquote top split races where it's felt like being in a bottom split. So yeah. That's a difficult question. And as some people know, I help run IMSA Esports behind the scenes as well. Lewis, I can't tell you, we've done now 2 seasons and 2 additional races. So we've done 10 races. Every driver's briefing, I start off with the same sort of message, which is, let's all be smart, let's all be sensible, let's all get to the end. Grosdanic is maybe not being so sensible, though, as he charges his way forward to 3rd.
That's a cracking dive, though. Pulls it up to the apex, finds the second one, because obviously the way that corner rolls their way through. That was a really nice move from Grosdanic. And now Dario Frattini with the inside line hitting into the S is going to back out of that one, and it remains single file as everyone's being fairly wise about it. But you can hear some of the dirty, dusty bits off the racing line. Of course, new with the iRacing build, you bring some of that dirt back onto the racing line. It's all visual and all there. It actually looks quite good, and it is quite annoying because that really does change the level of grip. So if you're picking up a load of grass around here, you're dragging some of that mud back onto the racing line. But I'm sure we'll see that quite a lot as this race goes on. But yeah, it's just the most important bit is when the race is going right or wrong, and it is so easy when the race is going wrong to be, for want of a better term, miserable and horrible. encouraging a positive outlook on sim racing. It's so easy to say, but the more positive you are, and the more you kind of like brush it off and just be like, it doesn't really matter, it's just a game, the more you will enjoy sim racing. That is genuine, and I know that because I used to be horrible behind the wheel, but now I'm still horrible, but I laugh about it a bit more.
Exactly, that's the best way to frame it. I am still as terrible as I was when I cared a lot more, but now it doesn't get to my head so much, which, you know, Lewis, you know this, I've been playing a lot more golf this year, which is not about motorsport.
Have you? I haven't seen the posts weekly.
You haven't seen me posting all the time, but the thing about golf is, right, it's so mental. I think that's the same thing with motorsport as well. Don't get wrapped up in your own head. Don't get so focused on things that are out of your control, because ultimately there's only so many variables you can control, and just go as fast as you can and see what may from there. On board with Carl Simsport, by the way, 2 fantastic liveries that harken back to another video game from at least my past. I don't know, Lewis, how much time you spent playing this video game as well.
I was big on Need for Speed Underground, and I did enjoy myself some Need for Speed Most Wanted, even though I was disappointed it was at daytime and there was no neon. That's fine. I was young. It's fine. I was 10 when this game came out. Not this
We're
game,
getting old at this point, you know?
Came out. Yeah, Most Wanted next year is 20 years old. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? This car, this livery, this iconic livery, 20 years old next year. That's wild. It's nice to see them racing around. Of course, Thomas Eng directly ahead of Will Eatwell, brother of Did Eat Well? I did eat well, trust me, over Christmas. God, I was all over it.
Oh, that was one of the worst jokes you've ever made.
Oh, thank you. I was building up for that one, that's fine.
Yeah, you tried hard, and it did not disappoint. 5-Star Motorsport now slide past Scuderia Duncasor and the 87 Racing team to second in this MX-5. Getting into this first hour almost complete, and I will say, while there's been some fun stuff going on in MX-5 and maybe Clios in particular, I think for the most part, our race leaders, Lewis, all pretty comfortable. We haven't talked about GT4 really at all at the front of the field, but it is still Jenna Ortega Fan Club by P1 Docs that leads. German Sim Racing now 9 seconds back as we watch the leader cutting through traffic through the infield of this Grand West layout.
Yep, indeed. Once again, back on board with the definitely not BS competition cars. We'll see it try and navigate these MX-5s now into the roller coaster section where everything will become a little bit tricky. You should probably clear most of these when we get back out onto the start-finish straight. And to be fair, might be even done. Got Frattini left to go. And of course, the 5-star motorsport car of Groznik, rather, I can speak, it's fine. Easily clears us off. We've been asked, by the way, what our iRating are. They want to know what iRating we are, how bad we are. Can we use Hugo, our broadcast?
Oh, yes, can we use our producers?
His iRating probably is comfortably more than both of ours put together.
Actually, don't forget, he was part of the iRating era before true inflation, so I think our iRatings would actually be closer to his than they are to the top level esports. I'll just get mine out of the way. I am 4,241 iRatings on the road. I did a couple of races last year when I wasn't very good, and I lost about 300 iRatings. It was great.
I'm lower than you. I am 3,265 on sports car, 3,148 in open wheelers, and 2,695 on ovals. I am low.
3,400 on the ovals, but most of my iRating was built up when you used to be able to race the road courses with an oval iRating, and I just farmed some free iRating from some NASCAR drivers that were less capable on the roads.
Hugo Luis is our broadcast producer for this, obviously, is 336th in the world, bearing in mind not really raced that much recently. He's loving that I'm bringing this up.
Last decade.
His iRating is 8,046. So it's still quite high.
That's not far away from getting into top split. And again, Hugo has not raced much for the last decade, so
yeah. We'll use his iRating. That's fine.
I wish you remember back in the day you should be able to register for special events, and they'd only take the top one person's iRating. We need a race spot special event car just with Hugo's iRating.
Yeah, those days are long behind, and I am glad they are, because I distinctly remember times where obviously you take part in like split 14 of the Bathurst 12-hour or something like that, and obviously because the top like your driver, like whatever driver starts is again it's the iRating, but it's their iRating that's used, the one that joins, right? And so what would end up happening is that obviously you'd have people that would skew the system so they get into top split, and you'd have people that would skew the system the other way, where like someone with 1.2k iRating would join or something like that into their race. You'd be in like split 25, and there's an 8k I-rated driver in this, because the 1.2k driver joined first, and thus you're in split 25 or whatever, and suddenly you're racing against someone who should be in top split. I distinctly remember vibes like that.
Oh yes.
It was frustrating. It's a much better system now, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and all I'll say is there's not much value in a victory when you do something like that, right? When you go into a race and intentionally find people who are maybe slightly slower than you, because that's the joy about iRacing, right? Is the iRating system is meant to try and equalize the playing field as much as possible, and so fingers crossed, the average iRating system works out a little bit better. So obviously still very dependent on drive time. Let's say, Hugo, Lewis and myself do a race. If it's 24 hours, we're making Hugo do 20 hours, and then Lewis and I are doing 2 hours each, right? So
yeah.
It's one of those things where it's, of course, there's still some variables that come into play, but just trying to make it a little bit more fair and equitable across the board. 10 minutes to go, though, until, 1 hour complete in the Production Car Challenge at ViR. Big leads in 3 of the classes. It's only the Clios where there is a fight right now at the front of the field, and at the back of the BMW GT4s, Angry Beaver Racing off the track once again.
Yeah, which, considering they were running quite close to the Friend Motorsport car a little bit earlier on, embroiled in that fight, just taking too much curb there on the inside. And as much as these cars have decent ground clearance, they don't have that much ground clearance, so it took a fair amount of that curb, as we'll see this brilliant battle between these liveries. Oh, that's a bit of a push down the inside for the 14. That was very aggressive.
And as they up the inside of some of the slower class machines, just slide their way on through. These two have been involved in a bit of a fight through the course of this opening stint. We are probably not too far away from pit stop cycle for the GT4s, which can go longer than an hour, yes. But I'm also wondering, are some of these teams and drivers starting to think about strategy and doing something slightly different to try and gain some track position? I will say, Lewis, the forecast. There is some rain that is starting to make its way towards the track, but it is a very, 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 very light amount of rain.
It's not gonna rain. It's not gonna rain. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, to be fair, I say it's fine. I actually want it to rain.
Have you seen? You're
I do
seeing the
not.
forecast, right?
I'm seeing what you're looking at.
You're seeing the puffs of blue.
Yeah, it's just not gonna. It's not happening, mate. It's not happening, Chief. It's such a small strip. If it did rain, it would be a little sprinkle, and then there would be nothing more.
It's definitely not enough for wet tires.
No. Look, trust me, I am done with taking any advice that you have when it comes to what's happening with weather after the Sebring 12-hour this year.
Don't know what you're talking about. Best weatherman on Racebot TV, and also the only weatherman on Racebot TV.
It was terrible.
It was amazing.
You gave no information.
I know. What do most weather people do?
No, fair enough, but
gotcha. Bam.
No, that is fair. I live in the UK where all the weather is completely wrong all the time anyway.
That's fair.
It's fine. No, honestly, it was terrible. I will say, into the pit lane, got Will Eatwell into the pit lane. So there we
scheduled?
Go.
Yeah, there he is.
There is a bit of damage on the rear of this car as well.
He was running down through the field, but the car's not looking like it's been involved in any sort of terminal incident, and he drove it into pit lane itself, which is typically a pretty good sign. Impulse Racing from 5th back to 2nd after sliding back through the field in the early stages. That's out wide from Rig Racers 787, but they'll hold on to third. No, they won't, because now they're off into the grass. And so the S4S Racing team's going to potentially have a chance to try and take advantage, although this is really done. Build some gaps through all the teams. Daniel Dinsdale, we jump on board with him.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, that is the S4S racing car, obviously repping a different sim. Well, sim's questionable, isn't it? A different game on the side of that car and trying to go on the attack. I mean, I will say, though, regardless of what you think about it, the livery does. I kind of rate. It's got that... what was it? The DTM. I think it was Wittmann's DTM car. It was one of the watch companies. I don't know if you've seen this one. It was a BMW, and it was white. It had like a black bonnet and black roof, and it had the stripes over the top. Looked sick. It was like Ice Watch or something like that. It just looked good.
I just found the car. Ice Watch indeed. Good memory, Lewis McLeod.
Thank you. I have watched too much motorsport. It does look good though. That livery does look good, and it does have that Clio's vibe. I'm not going to say it, it's fine, but that Clio's vibe, as we'll see Impulse riding up to the back of the fast lane. Team Mad car right at the front of the Clio Cup field, which still is quite tight.
It is. No, these Clios have, used their draft quite well. It's only 5 still at the front. At one point, there was 10 in the conga line, and Miguel Freitas is now right on the tail end of his former teammates. He used to drive alongside Team Mad. Of course, a bit of a split livery there to represent the Alliance. Fast Lane and Team Mad coming together for this entry. It's JB Masida right now behind the wheel that's been leading for the majority of the race so far. These drivers on their 20th lap of the race. The GT4s have done 22 laps, so that's 2 laps that they've been able to lap on the rest of the classes so far. That is just how much faster they are than the other machines running around the track.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, that was a little bit too much curb on the entry into the snake from the fast lane Team Mad car. Just roll a little bit, clip too much curb, but it kind of pushed it offline. But thankfully, the Clios are slow enough where it actually doesn't really matter too much. And I say they are being caught. I don't vibe with split liveries. I like asymmetrical liveries, but it has to be cohesive.
Okay.
It's just 2 different liveries on 2 different sides of the car, though. So what do you do then when you've got 2 teams that are coming together and you're trying to incorporate each other's design philosophies? There is the really simple one, which is use one livery but then use the other's color palette. That's the really simple one, and it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't.
Yep.
But then it's just about using parts of what happens on one car with the other. It's like there's ways. This is super low effort though, so I get it.
No, that's the thing. I kind of get what you're saying, but some split livery cars do look good.
Name one. I was going to say. No,
you know exactly where I'm going.
No, BS generally have done a great job with their livery anyway, because it's asymmetrical, but asymmetrical in a way that you can do it. Because I still remember one of BS Competition's best liveries was the BS Competition's Unicorns of Love car, which again looked fantastic. Because again, you can incorporate that because it's in the design of the car itself. You can't just do that with a normal livery.
See, the problem here is that we're talking about BS Competition, and people that don't know this livery have no idea what we're talking about.
Show the General Tega fan club car. That livery, basically.
Close enough, yes.
Bang. It's like that, but it's white and blue. White on one side, white and black on one side, and then black and blue on the other, and it sort of looks like that. But like, even with this, like you could, obviously, if you made it a bit more professional, i.e. like the BS Competition car, and then you could split it and then put one livery on one side and then have the BS Competition vibe on the other, and it works.
We'll have to try and use our Twitch and YouTube audience at one point in the next 3 hours to try and figure out what the best livery in the race is. I've got my opinions. I'm sure Lewis has his as well. But what
I've been told I have to have it.
No. I'm sorry. You are an unbiased journalist here on RaceBot TV. Okay. Dan Amor and the Crash Bang Wallop team. The bias can be set aside for a second, just so we can answer that crucial question. We've got 3 and a bit hours to do it. We don't need to do it now. To be fair, crash bang wallop. How do we know it's a good-looking car? We haven't seen much of it in this race, Lewis. They lead by 11.5 seconds.
Yeah, they are absolutely clear as Danamore, and obviously being one of these MX-5s that we're seeing on our screen, this is all the fight much lower down in that category. This is all the fight for second place. However, the problem is the gap is 12 seconds now. There we go. There he is. No, obviously, I've been told to say it's a good livery. I think it is, and it's fine because he's in the car. He designed it. It is absolute trash.
Someone clip it, send it over, and Discord messages will be in Lewis's DMs before Dan's even out of the car. There is some damage on some of these Clios as well that I'm noticing. The MX-5s have been looking pretty good, factory fresh for many of them, even with some of the pushing that we're seeing and helping hands that are being given to some of their competitors, but not necessarily helping out in terms of lap time to close up to the back of the crash bang wall entry. On board with 5-Star Motorsports, sweeping out of the Oak Tree corner. Left-hand side, you've got one of the alternate pit lanes that you can use and actually run several different events using some of the different configurations available at this track. Now, will Grosdanich look to the inside? No, he lifts off the throttle, so I think he recognizes that gap in front needs to be shrunk on down. And I think this is a class that's right now poised very, very finely.
Yeah, the 5-star car just trying to attack. This one, by the way, is up there for me. It's not going to be number one, but it's up there for me. I do rate. I would
need more stars on it.
Well, it's not even that. It's just, I don't know, there's something that I can't quite put my finger on that I don't fully vibe with. But it's the usage of the materials, the matte black, or almost like charcoal grey on the back, and then the brushed chrome, the pink. It's also a cohesive livery, which is always a good vibe. Because that's one thing, it's like, it's one thing that I struggle with quite a lot on liveries, which is getting the car to feel like one car, like from the front to the back, right? And you'll actually see this on like the Whiskins race car, the one that's got like the livery on it. The front of the livery is one thing, and then the back of the livery is a completely different thing. It just doesn't quite merge. Sorry, Whiskins Racing. I rate the livery though. 4 out of 10. Moving on.
They're horrible. They've at least on one of their cars put a bit more effort in than some of the other teams, right? Where again, design is my passion, is the ethos that is embodied by the cars. On board, riding with Cody D, started at the back of the field. At one point was up as high as second, and we were wondering, would he be able to try and put the pressure on to your leader? But ever since then, has settled back, and officially now with 1 hour complete in the production car challenge at VIR. We've got 2 hours and 58 minutes still left to go. There is still a long old slog for these teams and for these drivers. Remember, almost half of the field is doing this race solo. No second driver to bail them out. Instead, all the way to the very end, they're going to have to push.
Yeah, indeed. It's not going to be easy to get through the next 3 hours if you are doing it solo, but then most of the drivers on this grid are doing it solo. So yeah, I mean, you've just got to deal with it. You just got to get on with it. Just got to keep your eyes focused, and it's where, even after an hour, like, you've got to think of ways of keeping your mind in this race of how do you actually go after it. Are you focused on setting some fast lap times? Are you like what's going to keep you in the zone, right? Or what's a good vibe for you? Just going to stick on some banging tunes, get that Katy Perry going, because obviously that's the kind of music that people listen to. I don't know, is it? We're more talking about that Linkin Park album that was actually pretty decent.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some other songs right now that I'd be jamming. Might get you into a bit of a rhyme and reason. Oh, that's a squeeze up the inside from Grosdanich, who is going to get the move done behind the Clio. And now back to second. 13 seconds off of your leader, though. So swapping back and forth, really just for second best in this MX-5 Cup class. All it takes is one moment, though, and it becomes the battle for the overall, or rather class, victory. with all this overall traffic still working their way through. And Grozanic just trying to pick away past on this Clio. Not going to be able to do so as they navigate their way in through the infield.
Yeah, indeed. Like you say, it's a little tricky navigation here for the MX-5s to try and get past this pesky Clio and wear their way past. But this is the point where they are going to be far superior, as we can see the one of the cars into the pit lane. Of course, that is the one driven by Thomas Arendt. So yeah, it doesn't say Course in Racing in our group. That's because he's just driven the car. Joined as a solo entry, so it's fine. I'll allow it. The core livery does look pretty good, to be fair.
It was always one of those simple but nice designs, wasn't it? That just kind of worked. Lewis doesn't think that fast lane Team Mad car works as much as maybe some of the teammates watching in chat may think it works, but teammates now watching also to see what Miguel Freitas is going to do. You can see the traffic that they've been working past, including some of the slower machines, has just split these leaders up a little bit more. Big racers, the 787, they followed through as well and are just within the last vestiges of draft range, but it's S4S Racing that now find themselves trying to claw back a little bit of time. And so if you are Freitas, you start to think you can go for a move. A bad exit out of Oak Tree corner, switch for the lead. Impulse Racing back on top, 1 hour and 5 minutes into the race.
Yeah, indeed. That was, again, just courtesy of a mistake. That's going to happen a fair amount around here. The big important bit is to not panic at the moment, because you panic, that's where the mistake comes. A little bit deep on the brakes from the fast lane Team Mad car as well. So yeah, like I say, just don't worry about like losing it. Mistakes are going to happen, and the big important thing, especially in the Clios, is I think track position is kind of less relevant. Let's see what's happened. Oh. Well, that's a basic mistake.
That is basic from Basic Ollie in the BRT number 10. Now that was a fight for third position, but a bit too much pressure, and the Dingus Racing team have now grabbed the third and final spot on the podium in the GT4s, the BMW GT4 class. And I will say, we've been talking about liveries. That is one of my favorite liveries, the Top Gear tribute to when they did a 24-hour race by themselves, and quite fittingly, BMW as well. Cody Deeth passes Grozanic. That puts him up to 5th in the class. So 5-star motorsport. How things can change. Second a couple of laps ago, now at the tail end of the queue.
Again, that's just how this train has unfolded, though. I mean, like I say, Cody Deeth's been at the front of it, then been at the back of it. I mean, he started at the back of the field, and the MX-5s did Deeth. So, you know, that's just sometimes how it goes, especially when you're joining in a meme car like the Hot Tour Sim Sports car. But do you reckon that team will catch on? Do you think?
Well, they've
bail
just
from his responsibilities, and
they've just renamed the Eclipse Sim Sport cars and left the liveries on. So
yeah,
I'm expecting Daytona rolls around and they've rebranded back to Eclipse Sim Sport, and it was just a one-off temporary fun race for them.
No, this is I want.
You want to get in trouble, is what you're saying?
No, I want someone to be brave enough. Some 10 KI rated drivers to be brave enough to join the iRacing Daytona 24 hour, not as official sim racing team, Williams, this and the other, to join it as an absolute meme, like the Aurora Artifacts Calamity FTF sponsored by RaceSpot team that we had.
Yeah, or some of these team names that we've got in this particular race as well. Again, we've got a mix between some of those that are here taking it quite seriously in some ways, and those that are just here to end the year with some fun. Fun for GT4s, by the way, as Lewis pit stops 1 hour and 8 minutes into the race for our leader.
Which is interesting, because obviously we did have a couple of them make their way onto the pit lane way before the hour mark. I think the first one came in with, 50-odd minutes into the race, so still 3 hours 10 left to go. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you're running at like an hour, 8 minutes, you know one of your stints is going to be shorter. It's impossible really Yeah, it's pretty much possible to fuel save to get it to 2 hours 40, which would then mean that you're on a 2-stop race. So you know one of your stints is going to be shorter, so why not take the short stint early and get yourself some track position away from the rest of the class?
So how long is it going to be for the GT4s? Remember that as well when it comes to the GT4s. They are so much faster than the other classes. They've already been able to put 2 laps on the slower machines, off and away for former race leader. It's 58.2 seconds stationary, so it's basically, I think, as full a service as you can get without taking any damage repairs.
And 2 laps around here, by the way, that is actually quite a lot, because it's not like it's not like Road Atlanta, which will be like minute 10, minute 15, whatever, in like in IMSA with the prototypes and such. This is a much longer lap. I mean, even for the GT4s, you're still talking. This is a 2.5 minute lap. This is a long lap. But it just shows how much faster those GT4s are over the rest of the field. That even despite it being a very long lap, they're still comfortably able to lap them a couple of times in effectively just over the opening hour of this race. Back though into the fight between the Hot Tour car and of course the number 21 directly ahead of them, that being the Outlier Speedco car right in second place.
The fights, by the way, I think as we get to the other side of a pit stop cycle, gonna be a little bit more interesting to follow, because one thing that you do tend to see is either side of pit stops, gaps that tend to have existed before open up quite drastically. Cody Deeth left a door open back up the inside, and can Lincoln Fox take advantage? The answer for the time being is no. He's going to be left on the outside and relegated to third position in the Outlier Speed co-entry. And so once more, Cody Deeth in second, 15.5 seconds off of the race lead. That's a quite remarkable gap to have been built up in just 70 minutes or so, I should say. It's been on average, we have to go back and do the math, but it's not far away from 6-7 tenths per lap that your race leader, class leader, I should say, has been pulling away.
Yeah, indeed. That's just kind of how it goes in these groups. Like a lot of these higher up groups, you are afforded the opportunity to break away. It doesn't really happen necessarily in, say, for example, even the Clios, where they're just one big group. But they have split apart a little bit, courtesy of just traffic, to be honest. If there was no traffic, I'd suspect the Clios will be pretty close to each other as our race leaders are all into the pit lane in the GT4. So that one's getting quite busy. These 5 remain extremely tight, and you'd have to wonder if we were to roll back the clock in this race, as we'll see the move down the inside as the Outlier Speed car gets down the inside of Hot Tour. So Cody Deeth's going to back out of that one. Might go a little bit deep here, but alas, they all find their way to the apex. Had the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango car not been afforded the opportunity to break away earlier on in the race, would Dan Moore be still a part of this fight, or would he have cleared away from this group anyway?
It's a good question. Because we never really got a chance to answer that question, because the gap started to build up so quickly with how the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango number 8 started this race off. That is a great team name. I do like saying it as well.
It's satisfying to say, isn't it?
Right. No. The only problem is we haven't had a chance to say the team name while it's been making some moves, because that sets up some interesting puns. But that's neither here nor there. Dingus Racing in their number 92 mentioned they've got one of my favorite liveries in the Top Gear Tribute paint scheme for today. They've come out of pit lane and are now embroiled with a fight with Carl Simsport. That was the S4S team off the road in the Renault Clios, I think all 4 of our classes on top of each other right now.
Yeah, that just was a bit of an elbow out there, to be perfectly honest, as they'll try and navigate a couple of Clios, and got a GR86 not too far down the road. You're absolutely right, we're in kind of like the main mix where there's almost one of everything. MX-5s are missing in this picture, but that's just how it goes. There's the bit of a look to the inside, and they'll navigate their way past the GR86 that will be pretty quick through the S section, especially in that infield. So especially if you're in those GT4s, you'll want to clear most of the traffic before you get into that infield section, because it's, especially here, it's quite thick. It's quite hard to navigate that in that infield section, especially when you've got a car right behind you ready to go and do battle. Back to the MX-5s though, and there is a bit of a break. Or was there only 4? There is only 4. There was 5.
There is only 4, and the 5th has disappeared. Outlier Speedco down in pit lane. Lincoln Fox drove the car in, so I'm not sure if this is scheduled and there's a driver change that's ongoing, because I do see Nicholas Shepard getting ready to jump into the car.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about this where, you know, what cars are actually going for a 2-stop strategy this afternoon. To do so, you need to get to 2 hours 40 left to go, because you need to be doing hour 20 long stints. Unless these MX-5s can go even comfortably further than that you're willing to break strategy. If that is the case, it's not actually a bad call, because again, it gets you out of this group. Bit of a slow exit here from Cody Leith, but I think that's more because of the little bump drafting and the slipstream coming in from the groups behind. So Fatini will take over then second position, and the head of this group as Cody Leith leaves it down the inside.
It's just been quite constant, relentless, the back and forth between these 4-5 teams, including that 21. In some ways, I was wondering, were they kind of trying to help each other, do some slingshotting, but I don't think it's helped them in any way. If anything, it's probably been hurting them just to continue shuffling around and jockeying position. Are we going to see anyone else off to the pit lane this time by? Now, we did hear that you can do this race on just a 2-stop, so if you've come in with an hour and 10 minutes complete, well, maybe my math is wrong, Lewis, but that's almost guaranteeing you a 3-stop race.
Yeah, pretty much at this point. By the way, I did get a question in chat as to how many cars were in this. 48 started this race. 3 are already out, as far as I'm aware. The SART Endurance, the Talk to a podcast, and the Cracked Racing Fruit Gang. Those are out of this race. Everyone else is still going. So we have 45 cars out on circuit in what is looking to become a fairly gloomy race thus far, because those pesky rain clouds that Arjuna was talking about are coming in. It's not going to rain.
No, I was actually just going to bring that up. If we are going to see any sort of moisture on the track, we might start to see it around maybe another 30 minutes or so, but it's not going to be much. It's not going to be heavy. If anything, the amount of precipitation has actually started to drop off from what I'm seeing based on the size of the clouds. Here's the look from up above. A great track this is. Carved into the natural landscape is the Virginia International Raceway. It's called America's Motorsport Resort. It's compared to the Green Hell, to the Nordschleife in some ways. And the best part about it, Lewis, there's no questions of track limits. There's no forgiveness. You run off the road, you're in for a big accident.
If it rains at any point in this race, Arjuna.
Okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
When you come to the UK, I'll pay for your green fee. Because we'll be playing golf, obviously.
What's the most expensive round of golf in the UK?
No, I didn't say that.
No. You've opened the door for me.
No, I didn't say you get free choice. I didn't say you'd get free choice. I don't know, what is the most expensive golf course that you can actually just go and play?
I have to go figure that out. In the US, it's probably like Pebble Beach or something.
Yeah, no, there's most of them around here. They all become private. Yes, you can't, unless you're a member, you can't play around there. So the most really probably is about 500, which is a lot of money, by the way. And I will never play around there. Sunningdale's quite expensive, around 500, 500-600. That's where you just play the Belfry, 200 a round. That is expensive, but if you time it right, you can get a hotel as well.
We're back onto golf. How things can take a sudden left turn. We were wondering if we were going to get... Or big right slice, that's more my swing. We were wondering if we were going to get a bit more of pit stops, but I think the fact that we haven't seen any other MX-5s come in does kind of tell us that the Outlier Speedco crew are on a slightly different strategy, as mentioned. expectations are you can do this race on 2 stops. They are likely, based on the fuel consumption shown from that first stint, going to need to come down again. Let's step aside for a couple of moments here, take in the sights and sounds of the Virginia International Raceway. Cody Deeth slows down. That might be a slowdown penalty for him being a bit too aggressive with some of the curb usage. I tell you what, let's jump on board with Team Jack Veazey. We haven't talked much about him, but he's got a good view of the fight up towards turn number 1. So let's see what VIR has got in store for these MX-5s. And into pit lane for Team Jack Veazey, followed in by at least one other MX-5 as pit stops commence. Just short of 90 minutes complete into the Production Car Challenge at ViR. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod, and ready to kick off the next portion of the coverage as we reach towards the halfway mark of this race. And Lewis, you were wondering, was there going to be rain? The answer is yes. We've had a very small amount of it join us in the last handful of minutes, and already one driver may be getting caught out as one of the GR86s goes for a slide.
There's no way that counts as rain. Or if that's not that, no.
There was rain. Did it count it?
No.
Yes.
That's not. No. I will not be paying for your green VR, you know? No, that's not rain. That's not rain. It's a light mist.
Yes, but that's the thing that's difficult about the rain often, right? It's not when it's raining, but it's a constant amount of rain, it can be somewhat uniform, right? You can understand where the grip's going to be. To be fair, I think that's maybe a little bit more on the grass, maybe two wheels on a wet curb slightly.
Wet curb. Get out of here, man. You're desperate for this green feed. Get out.
Well, here's the thing.
No, I think you're blind. Look, I'm always right, because that Williams last at the start of this year was brown, and I'm right about this. There's no rain.
I was definitely watching in sim and seeing it. That's the thing. It's a bit difficult sometimes with the live streams to sometimes see the amount of rain that there was, but again, the question was there rain? Now, did it impact the drivers? No, but there was definitely at least some moisture in the air. Once that's passed, though, we're not expecting anything else to the end of the race. So if there was any chance, Lewis, of the rain coming and impacting things, though, now that's completely gone, and these drivers are just focused on, right, if we had a strategy, let's make sure we're focused on it.
See, in chat, it is not raining on our screen anyway. One drop of water? Yeah, one drop of water does not constitute rain. If I chuck a glass of water out my window, it's not raining outside, is it, Arjuna? It's not raining.
Well, depends on your notion of rain. I'm trying.
got the whiff of a free 4 hours of golf.
Exactly.
I mean, he's pounced.
Dan Amor into pit lane in the MX-5. So I think we are right now expecting those pit stops to cycle on through. So quite interesting for Outlier Speedco that they came in A, early, but B, Lewis, they've also short-filled their car. They were only stationary for 60 seconds.
Which is very interesting indeed. I was about to say, lovely seeing absolutely no car there. But of course there is, popped right back into it because Harvey Jones has jumped behind the wheel. So Danamore is out of the car, so I cannot speak ill of it anymore.
Oh, so now you've got to make sure you're careful about what you say, picking up what you're putting down. We'll see what the pace is like as well. Now, that driver swap has happened. Will Jones have the same performance as Amor? And if so, will they just continue to be able to build out the gap? Back over to a couple of BMWs. Remember Basic Ollie, Oliver Furnell had that slight spin coming up through the S's. Now under pressure from Will Eatwell in the Carl Simsport car. A car that came into pit early, and I think it somewhat helped it in terms of track position here, Lewis, although it might have to pay a bit of a price at the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly so. But then, like I say, that's sometimes going a little bit off strategy early. I mean, it could be for a lot of things. It could be to repair some of the damage. It was a little bit on the back of a couple of these Beamers, to be honest. Get some of that repaired, but then also just use it to carry you into a fresh bit of track. Will say, just to clarify one thing about this race, I've just looked up because I wanted to double check. There are absolutely no fast repairs. No fast repairs at all. So if you damage the car, you've got to repair it normally.
That is what makes, I think, some of what we've seen maybe more impressive, right? These drivers have, for the most part, through the traffic, we've got 4 different classes. 3 of them are quite similar in terms of the lap time they're capable of. They generate the lap time maybe in slightly different ways, but haven't seen too much contact, too many incidents. And 48 started, 3 retirements, and in 3 different classes as well. So it's not like any one particular class has been hit hard with any sort of attrition. What we have seen, though, I think it is fair to say, is leaders now starting to dominate across the board. That includes in the Renault Clio, which for the opening hour of the race varied from, at one point, a 10-car train to, by the end of the opening hour, a 5-car train. And Lewis Impulse Racing, after dropping back in the early stages, got the slowdown penalty after being shoved wide through traffic, no fault of their own, let's be fair, fought their way back to the front and are now 3 seconds clear to make it 4 classes with 4 breakaway leaders right now.
Yeah, and the real fun part about all of that, though, is that realistically, as much as the Clios are the second highest on your tower there on the left-hand side, it's actually the GR86 class. It's JFR Esports that is the lead of the non-GT4s. So if you want to classify as that, they're running 12th overall. So there's a fun bit of information for you as Ollie goes defensive at the top of your screen. Now we go back into the main shot. Will eat well going on the attack. Oh, okay, I am looking in game and there is actually a little bit of rain coming down.
I'm telling you, there is a bit of rain right now. It is hard to see, and I will concede it's not going to be a big deal, but what is most difficult about rain is not the actual rain itself. It's the change, it's the uncertainty of going into one corner and not knowing how much grip you're going to have. And so you could lose a tenth, half a tenth here and there, but that might add up. And so this could be a somewhat interesting portion of the race. And we've got plenty of wind as well. I mean, you can't really see too much of the rain right now, but you can see something. At least maybe that's just my eyes deceiving me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I did see a little bit of rain, but it's not raining. It's not like there's nothing major going on. It was just a couple of sprinkles. But I will admit there was some water dropping. It will make no difference whatsoever. If anything, I don't know how it works on iRacing, but I do know that obviously on real racetracks and stuff, there is a small window when it starts raining where the track will actually be faster. Because obviously what it does is it's not adding enough water to the track at all to make the slick tires like slide and stuff, but it cools the track temperature. Especially on a really hot day, it will cool the track temperature and evaporate a little bit, right? And it will make this track surface just a little bit faster for a very small window. That's a fun fact for you.
We have plenty of coverage on the iRacing Esports Network over this holiday period. Been fun to see some of the content that the team's been putting together. They had the winter solstice, where they just had sounds of the Pontiac Solstice being driven around the track, reverberating on the Twitch channel for quite a bit. Some more coverage to come over the next couple of days as well. So if you're not already subscribed to iRacing's Twitch or YouTube channel, now's your chance to hit that button ahead of what is to come. Plenty more, of course, then as we build into 2025. And some more special events not far away from returning to Daytona for what is the biggest sim race of the year, where once again we'll have more than 10,000 drivers compete in the iRacing Daytona 24. Lewis is trying to organize a commentators team, so be careful if you end up in their particular split.
I didn't say commentators team. I don't want every random commentator driving for me. I just want Hugo, to be honest. Trying to, you know what I'm saying? I want an 8K behind my.
You want Hugo. You want Sebastian Job. You want Max Verstappen. I've got it. iRacing make Clio a free car. Well, that's what Matthias Pentler is trying to argue as he gets onto the back of the S4S Racing 89. Now, Daniel Dinsdale at one point was fighting up towards the front, but last 30 minutes or so starting to slide backwards, and Pentler's going to be forced to the outside here up towards turn 13. This is where they're going to hook right and enter into the infield section. Are you going to decide to defend this one if you're Dinsdale, or do you think it's better to concede? You'll hold the inside for the time being with some traffic building behind them as well. But these two are now quite remarkably almost 5 full seconds away from the front 2 cars.
Yeah, indeed. So, like you say, just kind of pushing their way through and looking solid, or just showing how Impulse and Fastlane Team Mad have been able to pull out a group. I mean, you were saying about how the domination that we're starting to see with each of the categories. Obviously, the MX-5 Cup is quite close, but that's because of outlier speed. They pitted earlier, by the way. The 21 did pit before, comfortably before the 8, so they've kind of jumped out of that battle for second and have closed that, was it 12, 14 second gap up to the MX5 Cup leader, but then they're going to have to stop for longer later on. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. In the Clios, though, like you said, the one that was effectively the closest is now arguably one of the is looking pretty distant. And these Clios are quite hard to close their way back. You know, I will say Fastlane Team Mad doing actually quite a good job to close their way back into the pit lane.
I think traffic is also giving and taking a bit here and there. 3/10 gain by Fastlane in second place. Back over to the fight for what is slowly becoming a three-way fight for third in the BMW GT4s. The BRT number 10 still under fire with Will Eatwell on the case, but up the road, only 1.3 seconds now to the G29 merchanting team, who are trying to prove that sim racing hardware, you don't need all the fancy gear in order to be fast, and trust me, that's something that we know at the top level of sim racing as well. Looking backwards from Basic Ollie, Will Eatwell still continuing to be frustrated, not able to get close enough to have a look.
Yeah, sim racing hardware is a fascinating topic. But then again, they could be just called G29 merchanting, and then they're not actually racing on Logitech G29s. So, do you think about that one for a second? We've been duped in this broadcast before by our very own producer, so why would we not be duped by a team? But either way, they are running in third position at the moment, and then these two are closing their way back in. A bit of lap traffic as well to deal with in the form of one of the TSRC Clios. So navigating that one as Will Eatwell will pull out of line, not alongside though of the BRT racing car. Ollie just able to hang on there and was able to pick up a little bit of slipstream. They are closing in very quickly on the G29 merchanting car.
Which I think part of the reason for that rapid headway into the gap is the G29 merchanting team. They had effectively a full service, whereas BRT and Carl Simsport, I think, short filling, so less fuel in the car makes them less heavy, which seemingly in these GT4s is helping lap time quite significantly. Last time by at the line, it was a full second quicker, and this lap alone have already closed the gap to under 6, now make that 5/10 of a second as out of turn 13 they work once again. They're on to the 37th lap of the run, which, if I do some quick mental math, I think means we're probably going to get around 90 or so laps for the GT4s over the course of the race. Take about 8 laps off of that for the rest of the classes, maybe 82 or so laps by the time they finish 4 hours of competition, and they'll be all trying to work backwards in terms of their fuel calculations from there. Back up towards the roller coaster. The one thing I'll say about this layout of VIR, as much as it adds a lot of flow to the infield, Lewis, what sometimes maybe some have argued is that it takes away a passing opportunity up towards the roller coaster because you enter with a lot less speed.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, it's one of those awkward bits. Like, obviously, you change part of the racetrack and you go down a different route, and it changes obviously the speed that you enter. For example, the roller coaster on there. I remember a great example of this is Paddock Hill at Brands Hatch, and how different that is when you come at it from the Grand Prix loop versus from the Indy loop. You actually do take a huge amount of speed difference going into that first corner. And obviously around here, I mean, the difference in speed is obviously insane going into the roller coaster, but that actually kind of it can throw out the flow through there as well, and so even if you were potentially trying to get like a cutback or something there, if we were running the normal VIR circuit, if you were going to get a cutback in there or something like that and make a move, something like that, you don't get that opportunity. There was definitely someone off the road around there as far as my eye can see. That's
Daniel Dinsdale from my timing screen.
Oops.
So that's the S4S Clio that at one point was running well and truly up in contention. Had just finished a lengthy pit stop as well. Good 40 seconds plus longer than everyone else. So I suspected being caught speeding in pit lane. And then what do you do to compound the misery? Make an error. Oh, and it's all by yourself as well. And he's going to get another penalty for cutting so much of the track. That
was quite a cut. I mean, I think by default that'll give a slowdown penalty, and obviously a big one. But it should.
When you cut that much, it gives you an automatic, I think.
You reckon?
I think so. Because this happened to Pablo at the Roar earlier this year. He got punted at the horseshoe just before the international horseshoe at Daytona. So coming through that chicane that you have before the right-hand hairpin, he got forced through the grass to the exit of the hairpin and instantly had to tow because penalty to come down into pit lane to serve it.
I mean, even around here is we'll see Orikov off the road, so Seki will rejoin, and we're almost right into some Clios, which we're now cut to. It was these two Clios it's quite close to. I know. So you go through the snake here, and then it's the left-hander at the top of this hill. If you have a bit of a mistake there, it doesn't necessarily happen so much, especially not in the Clios, but this corner here, you can have a pretty significant moment. And if you overcorrect and then you fly off to the right, obviously you can then cut these two corners. Oh my goodness, that is a big old look coming in from the 787. That was a huge send from the Rig Races team on the orange car. I
love the pronunciation there. You really emphasized it. There was a driver change for the... No, never mind. It's both drivers stayed in the car. I was just a bit curious because it does seem as though the pace after the pit stop has very much flipped around. The Rig Racers team not looking like they fired up the tires very well. And so Orange, Kuzma Lesnoir, is going to try and break away now. 6.5 seconds away from a podium position and 2 hours and 20 minutes to try and close that margin. We are only 20 minutes away, Lewis, from the halfway mark of this race.
Yeah, indeed. How much more golf is going to be spoken about, and that's fine. But obviously, we've got a few things to get to. We've got to get to the bottom of our favourite sim racing liveries on this grid, and that's fine. Sum up a little bit of the year and how these things are gone. But obviously, these drivers don't care about any of that. They're focused on grabbing their positions and moving their way up the order. Because of how the Clios go, though, kind of how it was when we saw the in the opening portion of the race when there were basically one big group. I don't think it matters that much. I think it matters that much as to which way round you are. Obviously, yes, one of them will be faster than the other. I guess more so what I mean is it doesn't matter so much. If the car ahead of you is slightly faster and you're behind, it doesn't matter that much because the slipstream will be enough to keep you in check.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look at the timing screen. There's a handful of GR86s yet to pit. There's one Clio. Everyone else has made one trip down pit lane so far today. Zamaloa's shaping up to look to the inside, committed under the brakes, and out through turn one. Orange gives plenty of room, but the Rig Racers 787 back up to fourth position. It's a fun fight between these two, I've got to say, but already it's cost them a little bit of time. Let's see what's going to happen in terms of the comparison to those in front, but Orange about 7/10, if not more, slower than those that are slightly further up the road. So an indication the fight's not necessarily been helping them out. A fight further back as well as Thomas Arens alongside with Thomas N Sim Racing and still wheel to wheel down to turn 15.
Oh, beautiful bit of side by side here. The core car on the outside throws its way around the outside. That was actually a really nice move there. So Ren making that one stick. I mean, it's just a tiny bit of side-by-side. Obviously, they were side-by-side coming off of the hairpin, which is what dragged them into the section. Now we won't see any major side-by-side. By the way, talking about the Rig Racers team car that's obviously just moved its way through into fourth position. The next car for them to close up to is the iRacing Make This Clio a free car. Great team name again, whatever. I'm not siding either way. I'm just saying it's a great team name. That, though, is running around 3 seconds a lap slower than the Rig Racers team car behind.
Yes, but I think that might also be slightly pit stop related, given that some of these drivers came out one lap later than some of their competitors. Big gaps, though, through the field. Impulse finally down to pit lane in the Clio class, so that's going to give us a bit more of a representative sense for the gap at the front there. But most of our leaders have got some pretty significant leads, including of course at the overall lead of the race, where Jenna Ortega Fan Club by P1 Docs 30.5 seconds clear of German sim racing as they sit right now. There's still a long way to go, yes, but looking very much in control of the race. A couple of GR86s are fighting at the top of your screen as well. We haven't seen them all come down to pit lane. It's Scuderia Bababui on the hunt.
Yep, indeed. There's a lot of people on the hunt. Great team name, by the way. I mean, Bababui is just quite satisfying to say, isn't it? But trying to close up to the back of the Epic Sim Racing Red GR86. We haven't really talked too much about those lower down in the GR86s, especially not over the last a little while. So it's always good to check in here. They're obviously embroiled in the fight for 5th in class, and then a little bit further down the road, but really not that far, is the Motorsports Factory yellow car. So a few seconds separating those. So I'd suspect we might have a three-way fight here for 4th position in class. Podium, though, most likely a little bit out of reach, considering that the Apex Action Racing Project Valor car is already in the infield section, and compare that to where these lot are. Yeah, miles away.
I'm trying to do the math. They are, what, 50 seconds or so off of the podium spots right now?
It's something around that kind of margin.
Yeah.
It is a big tool ask. But not everyone's fighting for podiums. It's not what everyone's aim is, rather, in a race like this.
Yep, no, that's true. And I was talking to Brian Till about this as we look from up above at this wonderful facility, the Virginia International Raceway. But whether it's real or virtual racing, you've got to sometimes recognize the potential that you've got to finish. So in the real world, you're factoring things like your car's performance, but in the sim where cars are equal, the things you're thinking about are how much have I missed out on the setup? Are there teams that have got more setup development and speed than me? Am I missing something as a driver? Am I not as comfortable and quick through part of the track as some of my competition? But that's somewhat where you can sort of put everyone on a ranking, right, on a leaderboard. And if you only think you're capable of finishing 10th in a race, but you finish 5th, that's a great result. Now, if you finish lower than 10th, you need to start to wonder as to what you did wrong in that particular race. But sometimes in racing, you've got to remember only one person in any race can win. Whereas in the NFL, English Premier League, depending on which side of the pond that you're on, there's plenty of matches on any given weekend, right, Lewis? And so there's plenty of teams that can win. It doesn't mean every team is going to win, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you say, football, soccer, all right, is a good example, because it's kind of like I say, you go into a match and one team will win, one team will lose, or they might draw, right? And that's it. It's like, it's win, lose, draw. It's not amazing. Whereas in racing, it's so much more dynamic than that. It is, winning, podium. You've got to find out what your goal is, and your goal will be different to whoever else. If, you sat at home and me were involved in the race, you might be high rated, you might be aiming for a victory. I'm not. I'm not that bothered by it. I'm satisfied. I'm not that bothered as long as the racing is entertaining to me. But that's because I've gone past that whole trying to win everything and obviously realising that I'm actually kind of trash. And then accepting the couple of championships I won and then a couple of race wins, and then just going, I'm past that now. I'm just here for a bit of banter, a bit of entertainment. I just want, that's my goal. It doesn't matter whether it's racing for 10th position or 15th or 20th or 1st or whatever, as long as the racing is entertaining. And that's the thing, is you've got to have those different goals. I'm not saying that it's wrong to aim for the victories, it's wrong to aim for the podium, you're wrong to aim for those results. It's just you've got to find out what your goal is, and everyone's goal is completely different.
And sometimes it becomes very stressful, it becomes a grind when the only thing you're thinking about is winning. We talk about it often, but top-level sim racers are putting in tens and tens, sometimes hundreds of hours into every single race that they do, be it with their practice, their setup work, looking at data with their teammates and doing all sorts of analysis, so all sorts of things to keep in mind. On board with the Carl Simsport number 14 once again, will eat well, thinking about his toasted waffles, but not ready just yet. Instead, he's still staring at the tail end of Basic Ollie's BMW M4. And just to clear it up in case you were curious. There is only one choice in this quote-unquote GT4 class. It is a BMW GT4 class. That's why you're not seeing some of the other GT4 manufacturers in the mix as well.
Yeah, indeed. Which is fair enough. It ends the conversation of Bob, which I am all about. So that was going to be the up and under down at T1, but it was covered off. Well, I'll just say it was covered off. I was going to say fairly well, but it was covered off as they now head into NASCAR at T4. I mean, that was a bit dicey, a bit brave, but yeah, no, I like that there's just one GT4 in this. It's a fun race for the end of the year. We don't need to have BOP conversations and people saying, oh, I'm not winning because I'm in the BMW, when actually I'm 3 seconds off the pace anyway, and it wouldn't matter if I was in an Aston Martin or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just one car.
I mean, but you know, racing drivers love their excuses, so we'll come up with another excuse as to why they're not winning. The rain didn't come, the traffic was interfering. You know, racing drivers have always got something in their back pockets and ready to whip out in terms of excuses. It's just part of the school that they all go to. Now, that was a bold move. A surprise that A, it didn't result in some contact, B, didn't result in the car on the inside getting a slight little bit of a tag and going around, but Thomas Arens is going to lift off the throttle and allow Thomas Enge Sim Racing to hold on to 8th position for the time being. Let's see what's going to happen to these two 9 minutes away from halfway through this race.
Yeah, indeed, we're nearly halfway there, and I'm sure the drivers probably won't actually have that much of an inkling as to where we are time-wise, because you kind of get tunnel vision when you're in the race, don't you? Where you just get so focused on what you're doing, and especially when you're embroiled in a fight like this, you get so focused on that, you kind of everything else just ceases to really matter. Yeah, just focus on this. I will say, what is interesting is that obviously the Clio started ahead of the GR86s. Now almost all of the GR86s are ahead of the Clios. Isn't that interesting?
I guess it's because the Clio's faster in a straight line. It can sometimes, I guess, set faster lap times, but consistently through the corners, some of the other cars a little bit quicker. This fight between Basic Ollie and Will Eatwell continues to work its way through traffic. Fight between Thomas Arens is back on with Thomas Enge Sim Racing, and that is a really fun little situation. They switched around through the roller coaster, and now wheel to wheel across the line. It's going to be advantage back towards the 22 in Thomas Enge Sim Racing, but almost in the grass, almost slows its own momentum, running up to turn number 1.
Yeah, nearly a bit of a throwback to the Spa 24-hour a couple of years ago, as the move is now complete down into T1, and there's a spin as well. Oh, that has basically ended that fight. Now you've got to stick it into reverse. That was a bit unfortunate there for Thomas Eng. Sorry, not for Thomas Eng, rather for the for Thomas Arens, who went for a bit of a spin just on the inside. I think there was any contact in this. I think it was just, yeah, no, the rear just let go. A little bit of locking on the rears, sends the car round. Then has to get into reverse. It's all super awkward.
A little bit clumsy as well. At least it's easier to get reverse in the sim than sometimes it is in a real race car. It can be a bit clunky, the gearbox, to get into that reverse gear. Let's quickly then run through our leads once again. BMW GT4 class led by Jenna Ortega Fan Club by P1 Docs. Patrick Hingston's done a sterling job so far to build up what is a not inconsiderable 33-second advantage. At some point, he'll hand over this car to his teammate, David Sobrero, and David will hopefully see the race through to the end. German Sim Racing sit in second. As mentioned, it's a full 30-odd seconds that separates them from the lead. And then G29 Merchanting, they're down in third, and a further 10 seconds adrift. We've been keeping an eye on one of the few battles that still continues in the cast, the BRT versus Carl Simsport little back and forth. They've dropped off of the tail end of the 729, now 8 seconds adrift, but in front of Dingus Racing, NSR Red, Thomas Enge Sim Racing, Friend Motorsport, and the Ari teams. All top 10 cars on the lead lap, only one car 1 lap down, and 2 DNFs in this fastest class of them all. Lewis, walk us through the Renault Clios.
Yes, indeed. At the moment, of course, it is Impulse leading in the Renault Clios. You've got the fast lane Team Mad car 4.5 seconds back at the moment. You can see them there, both in the same shot. Then it's about 5 seconds to the number 2 car, the iRacing Make Clio a free car. A fair margin between the groupings there. The Rig Races team embroiled in this fight for 4th position with the Orange Clio at the moment. Very, very tight in this fight. It has been tight for a little bit of a while. There's a bit of bump drafting happening here to try and push them somewhat close to that group ahead, but you can kind of see 7 seconds, maybe a bit too large of a margin. Have to go a fair way back, though, to get to the Chimera car, the Team Chimera in 6th position at the moment with TSR Esports. That one is in 7th. Oh, there's a bit of a slide there as well as we're taking this. There might be some side-by-side here on the back stretch. We'll see if the Orange car will actually drag that one side-by-side, but they won't. Yeah, then it's Team Chimera, TSR Esports, then it's the S4S Racing car, which currently runs in 8th position. The 2 Whiskins Racing cars running in 9th and 10th position, with Car in 11th, then 3 Blind Mice, and then Beamed It Motorsport running further down, but all Clios still running, Arjuna.
Yep, and they have all pitted. Not the same to be said for the Toyota GR86s, where there's a bit of a split in terms of which cars have come down pit lane and which cars have not. Those at the front, well, you guessed it, have not pitted. It's MWGP that have just taken the lead over the JFR crew, who have just rolled out of pit lane, with Ben Langford taking over control after Jeremy Fletcher, sterling opening stint to the race, controlled the lead and left this number 9 in prime position to convert to a class victory. Apex Action Racing sits second on the road right now. They'll drop behind once the pit stop cycles shake on through. But the first 2 have come down onto pit lane. Down in 8th position, the Blocko Motor Simsport team. That's how much these teams have been able to eke out the fuel. The question is really going to be for them, once we figure out how it cycles out on the other end of the pit stop window, are there going to be teams that can do this on a 1 stop? I think that's what some of these teams are thinking about. MWGP, Apex Action, very, very close to breaking that 2-hour threshold and thinking about the 1-stop race. We'll come back to this class once we have seen the pit stop cycles work through. Lewis, talk to us about MX-5s.
Yes, indeed. It's basically, for the first part of this race, it's been Dan domination. Danmination? We'll work on it. It's the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango car out in front. Harvey Jones currently behind the wheel after being passed over the reins from Dan and Moore, leading by 6 seconds. That does not do it justice, because the Outlier Speed Co-car, that one stopped much earlier than a lot of the cars in the class, so we'll be stopping obviously earlier once again, and it's allowed the 21 to jump that tight battle for the podium, and at the moment keep that gap to 6.5 seconds to our race leaders. Not quite doing it justice. The real gap between first and second is more closer to that gap between the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango car and 3rd position Hot Turn Motorsport, which started from the rear of this field. Cody Deeth behind the wheel, running at the moment in 3rd. Quite close in fight behind with Dario Frattini in the 87 Motorsports Scuderia Dunkersaw car, and of course the Unfortunate Instant mobile. They are sat behind. That is what it says. It says Unfortunate Instant involving a small Japanese automobile in 5th place. Quite hard to read, courtesy of the amount of characters on that one. Then it is the JP's team, and then Firebirds Sim Racing. All of these lot quite close on fight, and there could even be a move here from Dario Frattini with a bit of a look to the inside coming down into turn 1. Alas, doesn't go for it, and Cody Deeth is able to hang on to 3rd spot. 5-Star Motorsport were embroiled in this fight, but have dropped far off the back of it. They're now down in 8th position with Rudolph's Redline Racers in 9th position, and then Jack Vesey running in 10th. Unfortunately, the Talk Tour podcast car, that one was out much earlier in this race.
Yeah, one of the earliest retirements in this 4-hour event. Remember, we have a couple more time slots still to come, I believe, so not far away from the final opportunity to jump into an iRacing special event for 2024. 2025 special event calendar was released a couple of weeks ago, so plenty, I think, of the iRacing community have already circled off some dates on their calendar for next year. Of course, some of the highlights to keep in mind: the iRacing Indy 500 returns to its traditional block of time just before the Real World 500 in the month of May. Some interesting additions to think about as well. So it's always fun though, Lewis, because the great thing about special events is if you do all of them, you don't just do what you usually would race, whether that's road racing, oval racing, or something on the dirt. You'll do a little bit of everything. You'll get exposed to all the different disciplines that iRacing has to offer.
Yeah, and I've said this before, if you want to become a better driver, as there's a bit of a look from one of our GR86s trying to find their way past these pesky MX-5s. If you want to get better at racing, the best thing to do is always to do as much racing as possible. And I don't mean do as many races as possible. I mean do as many different disciplines. Jump out between different things. Because I've always said is that you will find there are very weird things that will make you better in some things than others. For example, if you, this is an obvious one, you do a lot of dirt racing, you'll be more comfortable with the car when it's slightly oversteer. You'll be more comfortable to get it back into line. But then there are some real oddities, like somehow racing a Clio will actually teach you some things about racing, even in Indy cars. And you'll be like, how does that work? There are just subtle things about how to manage front tyres, and how to manage this, and how to deal with that in that scenario. And by doing all different kinds of classes of racing, you kind of really get yourself into the rhythm, and it helps. It just helps.
I've had some of the most fun. I grew up outside of the US, never really exposed to dirt racing outside of rallying and rallycross. Those were the two things that I kind of knew about on the dirt. But some of the, the Chili Bowl, for example, break out the midgets and head indoors to the Tulsa Expo Center, Knoxville National, some of these things that, we have on the iRacing special event calendar. I did them, I commentated on them, I love them so much. I've gone and sat at some dirt races in the real world. I've got to say, love the experience. But yeah, go and step out of your comfort zone with the iRacing special events. A lot to look forward to, and I'm just looking through the calendar right now. A couple of new things for next year to circle. We've got a Dale Jr. charity event. That's mini stocks at Iowa, end of January. Great way to start off the year. We have 4 hours at Thruxton with touring cars. That's going to be interesting. We have a iRacing version of the Firecracker 400, of course, an event that has been run in the community on a whole number of occasions. Really popular event with the 1987 NASCAR Cup machines. Portimao 1000, that's another new addition to the calendar. So there's some fun things to look forward to. Some of these drivers have got to just look forward and keep it on the road, though, because that was the 87 racing team on the grass and out of control for a second.
Yeah, there's always a lot of special events that are being added here in the world of iRacing. Remember, last year, of course, we had the Formula Ford Festival, the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival, which was added, which is always a lot of fun. Things like that. All these real world, a lot of these real world motorsport events being added to the service, and just kind of allowing you to really go after your hopes and dreams of pretending you're a real world racing driver, even though we're not. We just have a lot of fun doing it. It's fine. I rate it. I like having there's many special events as possible. There becomes a point where they're less special because there's so many of them, but that's for now. We've got a good number.
How many special events is too many special events is, I think, where the balancing act somewhat lies for the team at iRacing. Will Eatwell loses the rear end. Unfortunately, no one eats him as he parks on the racing line. That was not a great rejoin. All you needed to do was keep your foot in it and keep turning left.
Yeah, but I think I was worried about beaching it on the curb. I don't know, but that was an odd one as whoa. That is a big slide from Lemke as I think I was down and towards the roller coaster. I think I was already damaged on that car, to be honest. Orikov now the next one. Just about to have a look down the inside of one of the Clios. I think that's one of the Wiskins cars. Might not be. That was a bit of a spin anyway. I think it was the Chimera Clio, actually.
At Team Chimera, the distinctive white and teal colours on that car, on board with Daniel Dinsdale, who's dropped down to 8th. Remember, at one point fighting for the lead. A couple of incidents, unfortunate mistake as well in pit lane, we believe, where was caught speeding. and now gets to stare at the back of the TSRC Clio with a couple of faces, one with a Christmas festive spirit going on, and the other one not quite sure if there's the same sort of cheer and happiness exuding from that side. Andrew Pike's not going to fight this one too hard, I would assume, and indeed drops down to 8th as the S4S Racing team slots up the inside.
Yeah, indeed. And to be fair, Pike might have had a good enough exit to kind of drag one alongside in that 717 car, but didn't decide to do so as we head into this left-hander and drop down the hill. They're joined in this fight by one of our GR86s. Speaking of which, we do have a couple in the pit lane at the moment, so the GR86s are a bit all over the place with when they're coming into the pit lane, but we are halfway through this race now. Obviously an hour 55 minutes left to go. So we're looking at anyone that's stopping now. Obviously, there's only one more stop, and then they'll be the checkered flag.
Wow, this race is flying past. We are officially halfway through. An hour and 55 minutes to go. Just wondering now when we are owed a set of GT4 pit stops, given that there were a couple that A came in early, but B have also slightly short-filled. There's another incident for Orakov, who's having a bit of a tough time out there in the Judarev Motorsport number 26, but he's still out there and running in 10th position. Had just come out of pit lane with an 8-minute damage repair, so maybe just dealing with some adverse balance on the car as well. So 5 still in contention for 3rd, and remember that they're all still thinking that they might be in the fight for 2nd here in the MX-5, because the Outlier Speed Co. at number 21, they pitted early, they pitted short. They're guaranteed to have an extra pit stop relative to those around them. In terms of how much time that's going to cost them, that's still a bit of a key question. It's 12 seconds or so the advantage, and Cody Deeth is back up front in this queue, and that's an advantage for them. 3 seconds faster on that last lap by.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the Outlier car necessarily needs to make an extra pit stop. It's just going to be, as you rightly point out at the end there, a longer pit stop. That's the important bit. If they're still planning on doing this on a 2-stop race, they've still got themselves in the window for a 2-stop race, then their next stop, their next stationary time will just be significantly longer than those that are battling with. We'll have to wait and see how that one's all going to unfold and such, but at the moment you're absolutely right. Cody Deeth being ahead of this train, if I'm in this train, I'm not that bothered by that. I'm okay with that at the moment, because Cody Deeth is slightly fast. So if I'm Dario Frattini, directly behind him, who's pretty quick enough himself, I would recommend sitting behind Cody Deeth at the moment, holding position, letting the German sim racing car fire its way through. Oof, that was aggressive.
At the end of the day, this might just give you a bit of fuel saving for Frattini, Navala, Fail, Buckley, those tucked in behind. They just want to try and get towards the end of the race. A couple of teams did drop out of contention from this group, though. Remember, 5-Star Motorsport, Team Jack Veazey, 2 of the MX-5s that were in the choo-choo train slightly earlier before pit stops, as a result of how the cycle played out, no longer in the mix as we jump on board with this MX-5. Car that's, let's not forget, often puts on some of the best racing in real-world motorsport. I mean, plenty of people will watch on a weekend when IMSA's racing, but often the highlight of an IMSA weekend is when the MX-5s take center stage.
MX-5s are pretty wild. Yeah, I've obviously had a few mates that have raced MX-5s IRL, and they say it's obviously from what we see every time they go racing at like Daytona, or even like, I remember them at Sebring not long ago, and it was just absolutely wild. Even here with the 5 cars, obviously when you jump onto iRacing, if you're doing the roadside, I don't know if it is still these days. I've not got a rookie license. I've not been back there. This is always the first car that you'd start racing, wasn't it? And I'm assuming it probably is still roughly the same now. Yeah, this is the car that you would race in rookies and get used to racing, and the reason is it can race so close, but you're not affected by things like dirty air. Realistically, you can get quite close to them, a little bit of contact, and they're not normally too bad, but they're they're just wild to actually race because you can pack race this. You can stay really close to the cars ahead, and there's some drivers. Is it Cam Ebbard, isn't it, who's the one who's over 10k and really only races this car?
Yes, no. He is an MX-5 specialist to the point where not only does he specialize in the MX-5 in the virtual world, he also races spec MX-5 out there in the real world as well. So carries that experience back and forth. Loves an MX-5, that is for sure. And yeah, there's a reason why this is the car that often gets used to develop race car drivers, get a sense for their racecraft, and as much as people move on from the series, at the end of the day, the racing itself is amongst the very best that you are going to get. Hopefully no unfortunate accidents to fall onto any of these cars in the next hour and 50 minutes, because we could be in for a rather exciting race all the way to the very end with how things have shaken on up. Pit stops for GT4s, by the way, are ongoing. BRT Oliver Furnell just brought his number 10 down into the pit lane.
Yeah, I believe that car was also in slightly earlier on the previous stint as well. Speaking of BMW M4s, one's going off the road there, which is certainly not ideal. It's a bit of an oops against the Barracuda car, just going a little bit wide there, trying to navigate some of this traffic they're trying to get through. Yeah, obviously the M4s, they're not going for the two-stop strategy of this race. They all have to basically three-stop. So with 1 hour 50 minutes left to go, one more stop, see the checkered flag. So yes, it's fine. And I always like the idea of pitting at a different time than everyone else, whether that is earlier or saving a bit more fuel and going later, because you can you're opening up yourself to doing something different on strategy, at least when you're coming into the pit lane, which means that you're seeing less of your class technically, but you can actually do something which will move you potentially ahead if you're going in the right direction. It's a gamble.
Yeah, you just need to offset yourself slightly, right? Because it enables you to do something different. Might not always work, but if you're proactive, you've always got a slightly better opportunity as opposed to when you're reacting and trying to figure things out on the fly. Jeremy Fletcher's just jumped into the chat to say, I'm tired after that stint. I don't blame you, Jeremy. The JFR Esports Toyota GR86 had to slice its way through all of the Clio Cup traffic, and now 12 seconds clear sits Ben Langford, and his teammate watches on just to see how things will continue to play out. Another BMW M4 sits in the pit lane. That's Thomas Orenz, 10th position on the road for him, and 1 lap down from his class leader. And the MX-5s, my eyes are showing me that Cody Deeth has got a chance here of breaking away in that draft. Dario Frattini's got to make sure he gets back onto the hammer as they work onto this main straight and close that gap down sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Cody Deeth is checking out now. That gap is growing, and without maybe a fortunate position of lapped traffic for Dario Frattini, I think based on pure speed, I mean, Frattini's either got to put out one of the best laps of his sim racing career so far, or accept that Cody Deeth will be checking away. We're on board with the unfortunate incident involving a small Japanese automobile. Will there be an unfortunate incident involving a small Japanese automobile heading down into turn 1? Alas, no, there is not. So the JP's team car, driven by JP himself, behind the wheel at the moment, and able to hang on down into that first corner.
These MX-5s always put on a show. And the one thing that we know for sure, though, is barring any unforeseen issues to the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango team, maybe some Crash Bang Wallops in particular, they are looking very, very comfortable at the front of the field right now. First Dan Amor, now Harvey Jones, setting the benchmark at the front in terms of lap times and not relenting in speed as well. One more GT4 in pit lane. That's Friend Motorsport, the number 99, and Michael Day. Another one of the drivers doing this race solo and by themselves. So, if you do need to go and run and use the bathroom, now's your chance to go and do it. Go quickly.
Run. I will say, though, this car's representing Race Spot, so we have slight bias towards it, even though I think the colour choice is horrendous.
Pink and grey.
Yeah, and it's not even like there's like a slight green in that grey as well. It's just like the double whammy. It's not a nice pink.
Nice little whammy to the back of the Hawk Tour car in the MX-5s. Cody Deeth closed up by Dario Frattini, so not able to break away, but that's actually probably exactly what they want, to be able to work together, use the draft, use the bumpers, just to continue closing in on the Outlier Speedco team. Last lap, the amount that they closed on second was only 0.4 of a second, so remember there was a couple of laps where the Outlier team had been caught up by traffic and really been impacted in the fight right now, but last few laps, Nicholas Shepard's done a good job stabilizing that gap once again.
Yeah, indeed, and that's kind of the important bit right now, is just to make sure that we're holding those margins, holding those gaps, trying to drag itself back in. It's just, it can just be quite frustrating sometimes, where you might have like what Cody Deeth had, where you had that 6, 7 tenth gap, right? And you know that you're like 3 more tenths and you break the field. You run away from them and you don't have to worry about them. But if you don't do it, they'll be right back on you. That's exactly what's happening. Dario Frattini right back onto the rear end. Into the pit lane, though. Did see there behind. That was the NSR Red Sim Performance DK BMW into the pit lane in the GT4. So still, GT4 pit stops coming in thick and fast as Frattini backs off of Cody Deeth down there into T1.
That livery, by the way, on the 87 Racing La Scuderia Dunkersor team. Do love the way that it kind of works. Not just biased, because it kind of reminds me of my team's livery from back in the day.
Oh, but get out of there, Arthur.
It does, you know what I mean? With the way the colours, I like it. I really do.
Yeah.
So props there. Let us know again. We haven't really had a deep dive section where we've just focused on liveries in this race, but we do want to hand out an unofficial award here on RaceSpot TV for best livery of today's race. So saw a couple of people chiming in that they thought the Fast Lane Team Mad livery looked great, disagreeing with Lewis that the split livery didn't look so good. But let us know what you think. Lewis, at some point today, I'm going to ask you to tell me what you think the best one is.
I'm still undecided. I mean, I've been looking. Yeah, I've got a few choices where I'm looking at that, being like, oh, that's quite a nice livery. Oh, that's not. Come back to me. Final 10 minutes of the race.
Okay.
Ask me again, and I'll know.
Okay, I'll do the same with the viewers. So you've got until the last 10 minutes, and we'll do a vote or something. See someone jumping in to cheer on for MWGP Real Drive. Remember, second in the GR86s. I'm sure there's some people at BS Competition that are going to say it's definitely not the Jenna Ortega Fan Club car that looks the best, as our race leaders into pit lane and conceding the lead to German Sim Racing.
Yeah, indeed. So obviously GSR going now out front, but obviously owing as a pit stop, the General Ortega car has been absolutely rapid today. It kind of shows no signs of necessarily slowing down anytime soon. But then again, you never know. A couple of duff pit stops, and you just never know. Don't count your chickens and all that.
Don't count your chickens. Add that to the list of commentary quotes that you hear. I've been listing out commentary quotes, Lewis. What's the most overused commentary quote in your opinion?
Pedal to the metal, let's go, 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 go.
That's your favourite one. I know that one.
No, that's definitely not. I'll take that, George Morgan. I don't know. What is?
It's a good. I've been thinking about it
because doing the commentary stuff, I don't necessarily realise. Then I'm sure everyone else. Lights Out and Away We Go will be right up there.
Yes, that's up there. One that's often quoted but misquoted, and I'm probably guilty of it as well. But it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass.
That is. Oh yeah. See, the traffic given from the traffic taken
Right.
away.
Yeah, that's another one.
That one is overused so much. Anytime anyone says anything about a sandwich as well, that's overused. Stop saying it. If you can't say it right, don't say it.
Oh, I did a broadcast recently where someone totally butchered their sandwiches, and I thought of you.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Don't name the sandwich after the bread. Name the sandwich after the filling.
Exactly. If you have a Ferrari, then a McLaren, then a Ferrari, it's not a Ferrari sandwich. It's a McLaren sandwich. Ferrari is the bread.
Ferrari is sandwiching McLaren.
Exactly, and that's perfect English. That's fine.
Yes, but you perfect English commentators. Two things that never go hand in hand. Now, dropping off the back of this, the unfortunate incident involving a small Japanese automobile and Firebird's sim racing MX-5s have lost out. So 5 has dropped down to 3 in what is the fight for the final step of the podium in this MX-5. German sim racing, they're down to pit lane as well for what will be their penultimate stop of this race. So they'll hand the lead over to G29 Merchanting if they can hold on for one additional lap. It will become the third different leader of the race, as indeed they cross over the line and will take over net lead. The Octua Simsport car drops back in line, though. You could just see, didn't want to lead, I think, for much longer.
No, indeed. Frattini works his way past, also dragging straight around the outside as well. The bright orange car of JP's foul. So the JP's team car now up into 4th position in the class. Of course, we still have the Outlier Speedco, quite aptly named at this point, as they are the outliers in that group, being the ones that obviously stopped for a short period of time. I don't know if they're being caught too aggressively at the moment. It was a 253.2 on the previous lap from the Outliers. It was 253.1 from Cody Death on the previous lap. There is a bit of an incident.
A little bit of incident. Will Eatwell, I think, is just taking a tow back to pit lane.
There we go.
There's a look at the replay.
Yeesh, that is a fast place to go off as well. I mean, in real life, that is digging in. We'll just go with that.
That's a scary one. Let's just look at it from this angle through the S's high speed. Looks to the outside.
It's just not the place to do it. Just not the place to do it.
Miscommunication between the two there, I feel.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's got to be careful. He won't be earning any money from this race, and maybe he won't eat well.
You'd been waiting for a chance to throw that one.
So, yeah, there was a couple out there. I was like, I'll chuck it. That's fine. It's terrible. JP's team trying to go on the attack of Dario Frattini here, and Cody Death with a much better run out onto this mid-stretch. To get past.
Let's see if they're going to be able to actually clear up into the S's. It's uncomfortable to stay side by side, but Death doesn't force the issue. He allows Frattini the chance to just tuck back in. And so now JP fail. Highest position for that 7 machine so far today. Gained 5 spots from where they started. See if they're going to be able to continue holding on. Or if there's going to continue to be some switches. That was not a great run out of the corner by Frattini. Bit too fast in, compromised the exit. Cody Death's closer to him than Frattini is to JP in front, so expected to hold as is. G29 Merchanting from the lead of the GT4 class will head down to pit lane, and so Jenna Ortega Fan Club will retake the race lead.
Yep, indeed, as kind of expected. Back into the Clios, the battle between the very tight indeed, but just able to fend off at present the Rig Racers team vehicle, and now they're joined by the Apex Action Racing Project Valorous GR86 as well, which will need to get past fairly soon. But obviously, problem with that, Clio's are faster in a straight line. There is your race leader, though. They are back out front, the not BS competition car.
And so the margin is now actually even bigger. It's a 37-second lead with a driver change. So David Sobrero takes over for this number 1 entry. An hour and 37 minutes for them left to hold on. Leads in the other classes looking pretty comfortable as well for the most part. The one to keep an eye on, though, I think, is the Clios, where Impulse Racing, yes, still are on top. But Lewis, they have not been able to break away. They're only 3 seconds clear of the fast lane Team Mad combo entry, the 935. And slowly, quietly, iRacing make Clio a free car. Matthias Penteler has been bringing that number 2 forward, and they're only about 5 seconds off the race lead.
I think if somehow that car wins this race, the iRacing make Clio a free car race, wins this race, sorry, we need to have a full-on actual petition, and iRacing do actually kind of need to make that car free. If that car wins, like, I mean, come on. Like, it would be just, wouldn't it?
It would be just. I think a couple of the drivers that usually race under the RD Simsport label, making a petition to iRacing, and I guess what they really want is, you know, make a car free. You encourage more people to go and drive it, and I guess they just really enjoy the car that much. We saw some fun racing in the opening hour with 10 cars in the line. Draft clearly helping them to stay quite close together, and as Lewis has said previously in this race so far, he is a front-wheel drive apologist, but it's always nice when you get into a bit of a slide and you can, instead of trying to balance the momentum of the car, just put in a boot full of the throttle and the car snaps back into line for you.
Let me just say this, you rear-wheel drive elitists out there.
Yes, I am.
When I first started sim racing, for the first 2 years of my sim racing career, I did not touch a front-wheel drive because wimps drive front-wheel drive. And blah blah blah, all this absolute rubbish, right? That's where I was, because I was indoctrinated by you lot.
Okay.
Right. Then, for one championship, I was like, do you know what? I am going to try some front wheel drive. I am going to give it a go. I am going to see what this front-wheel drive lark is like, as that's not a good line. That's going to open the door, indeed, for the Friend Motorsport car to work its way past, and so it certainly will complete that past the backstretch. But yeah, I decided then, actually, no, do you know what? I'm not going to be a sheep and listen to what all these rear-wheel drive specialists tell me. I'm going to try the front-wheel drive, and do you know what? Had some of the best racing in my sim racing career. So have that. I guess
you would say more, but then you'd be banned from the airwaves. So
I would say the name of the corner they've just gone through.
Yes, that would be an apt description for how you feel about me right now, with an hour and 34 minutes left to go. And again, I will say, I don't mind front-wheel drive. If people in the chat actually think that I hate front-wheel drive, don't worry, I don't. I just prefer rear-wheel drive. I also, something that developed at the end of my brief time actually racing regularly on iRacing, I started to like downforce cars. I went from enjoying GT3s to prototypes and Indy cars for the most part. So drive what you enjoy. Don't drive what you don't find fun, because otherwise you're never going to find sim racing fun. And that's the most important thing. Don't be 3 wide either, with traffic behind you up to turn number 1. That is the JP's team really wanting to hold on to third, split up the middle by the Dingus Racing number 92, and taking advantage, Cody Deeth is back up to third position. It's a real ding-dong battle up here with the MX-5s.
A ding-dong battle with the Dingus coming through. That was pretty brave to slot the middle gap there for the Dingus car, but that managed to work its way through anyway. Look at how tight this is. In the bottom right of your screen, 5 cars, all of these 4 positions in the MX-5. I think you're absolutely right, by the way, on that point. Race what you find enjoyable. Just because you watch Formula 1, don't feel the requirement to take part in the iRacing Grand Prix series if you don't have the ability to drive that car, because it is immensely difficult to get around lap quickly, and sometimes it's just not fun, and that's fine. It doesn't have to be. Like, you've got to find something which is actually fun for you, and whether that is racing the TCRs or the Formula 4s or GT4 racing or GT3s or, you know, Daytona,
or the Indy car,
whatever it is. Yeah, exactly. Whatever it is, like, find it. I don't necessarily enjoy driving the GTPs. They don't fit me these days, and that's fine. So I don't drive it.
It's a great point, actually. I actually still quite prefer the old LMP2 and the new LMP2 car over the GTPs. I just can't get a feel for them in the same way. Wow, you're not stopping that one in time. Dario Frattini saw it coming. Franco Buckley just tries to sail into the corner from a different postcode. Able to stay on track, but slots back into line. Nice little sequence as the 3-car fight becomes a 5-car train once again. I will say, my personal opinion, and I will advocate this, the best car in iRacing is the Indy car.
No, of course it is.
So go and try it. I really do. The tire model, Lewis, there's something about it where it just feels so good.
I think the Indy 500 is overrated. Anyway, no, I'm joking.
Do it on a road course. I'm not talking oval. I'm just talking road course.
Just trying to roll you off. It's fine. Yeah, that was a big send from Buckley and a little bit too much of a send. Did keep it on the road, kind of. So at least there's that, as we'll see the orange car work its way out onto the back stretch. Obviously, once again, quite close to the rear end of the Rig Racers team car, which actually has worked its way through on this lap. Look, I'm just going to say it this way. Before the TCRs were popular, when it was, relatively, when it was just the RS3, actually, I used to race. And Dan Kell, who I used to race with at this point, went back and checked some of the results. And he was looking at some of the results. We raced Long Beach. There was one time when the TCRs went to Long Beach, and you would assume it was dry, like it was absolute chaos, right? Which it was. But it wasn't that high of a strength of field. Not that many people showed up to do it. A couple of drivers that you all know the name of, Arjuna, did take part in a lot of these races. One of them's Gergo Baldi, 2-time WTCR esports champion. So fair enough, that's pretty cool. He was taking part in a few of those races. Ollie Behrman. I was like, look. This was years ago, by the way. This was like might have been 2020, 2019 even, maybe. It was a long time ago. I gained 1.2k I rating in 2 days. So read into that what you will.
Always nice when you have those type of weeks where it just slowly climbs up your I rating. Teammates, by the way, right next to one another. It's Wiskins Racing versus Wiskins Racing. It's George Tyler behind, Neil Rocks in front, and they've got an almost 20-second deficit up the road to the TSRC Esports 717 in 8th position. So not expecting these two teammates to do too much to hold each other up in terms of the pace, but with now less than 90 minutes to go, we are reaching that point where these cars will think about their final trip down pit lane and get the fuel added in that will take them to the checkered flag. Hopefully some wheel-to-wheel action as Friend Motorsport started down in pit lane, and Michael Day now trying to put the pressure onto Thomas Eng Sim Racing. This through turn 13 as they work to the infield.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's quite close there. We've seen these two run side by side a fair amount. Someone chucked in a little bit of a shout out for the old Kia Optima. Shout out to what was it?
That is back in the day.
That is back in the day. You could. I distinctly remember the rear wing on that car. You could give it up force, whatever. Like the opposite. Like you could turn it up. So basically, it was working like a plane wing. So you can have the rear end effectively being lifted off the road by the rear wing to make it faster straight line, obviously, because it was then technically lighter. Classic. What a car!
That was a car that. I don't think I ever actually did a race in that car around the Nordschleife, but I passed many a Kia around the Nordschleife in a VLN race. It was always one of those weird cars. It was so fast in a straight line, actually, at least relative to its performance through the corners, it felt like. But anyway, one of those unique cars that you can still technically drive on iRacing. Might not encourage it. Outlier Speedco, Lewis, down to pit lane. Final time for them today.
Yeah, we do believe so. Into the pit lane, completely missed their box as well. 10 out of 10. It was, well, actually, I don't know if it will be the last stop for them. And I'll say that because, well, maybe. They did a 24-lap stint on the first stint of the race. They did a 26-lap stint on the second stint of the race. What did our race leaders do? Dan Moore did 29 laps. You should be able to get to the end of the race from there using that, but it might be a little bit tight, hour and a half. we'll have to wait and see. As there you can see the outlier car, bit of damage on the front end, but nothing too major. They are in the pit lane for potentially the last time if they are to do this race in a 2-stop race. It might be a bit tight though.
Lewis,
Talk to
have
me.
you been keeping an eye on the weather radar?
No, because it's not going to rain, is it? Oh, it might rain.
There is okay, so here's where okay, to be clear, you and I were having a playful disagreement earlier. I don't actually disagree with you that much about the rain. It's a minimal impact, but the rain that I'm seeing on the forecast this time around, still rather low impact, but maybe a bit higher in its intensity.
Yeah.
Just curious, are we going to get some fun? Because I would really like a bit of rain to spice up this race.
It's really, if it does rain, it will be such a low percentage. It will make very little difference as we see the battle for second position now in the MX-5 Cup, courtesy of the pit lane entry that we saw. So this is now the fight for a second. As they're still pretty tight on the road. Outliers drop back now to, I believe, 8th in class, or 9th in class. They are out of the pit lane now, though, by the way. But still, this is a 3-way fight between Hot Tour, between JP's team and 87 Racing, led by JP's team at the moment. There is still 2 cars behind them, being the Firebird Sim Racing and the unfortunate incident involving a small Japanese automobile.
It's a great team name, and so far have successfully avoided most of the unfortunate incidents. Yes, they started up slightly higher, but just need to leave yourself in contention at the end of the day to have a chance of coming out on top. I did note, by the way, for the Outlier speed car number 21, they put Lincoln Fox back into the car. So Nicholas Shepard just did the one slightly shorter stint, I believe. And now they'll put in the driver that started the car to try and push to the checkered flag. And maybe hold on to second in class. There's still plenty of questions to be answered there. If these cars, top of your screen, continue to fight, though, that will help out the case for the car you watch below.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's going to be interesting to see where the outlier car actually ends up towards the end of this race, as there's Cody Deeth looking to the inside and committing for a move, going past JP's team. So once again, Hot Tour moving up to second position in class, locked on your relative there in the left-hand side of your screen. 25 seconds behind race leader Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango. So at the moment, Harvey Jones, Danamore, they're very comfortable in this race, as we would expect. One mistake, though, and it could all be unravelled. Thomas Arens trying to work his way past in that core car, trying to find his way past the MX-5s. Will definitely do so now.
Remember, one of the things we're going to be talking about as we head to the final 10 minutes of this race, best livery of the day. So start looking at all these different cars through traffic. Let us know who you think's the best, and Lewis and myself will give our own opinion as to who has most impressed us with their artistic abilities coming into this particular race. You can also, maybe, if you're feeling creative, give us some suggestions for what you would like to see as iRacing special events. Lewis has already desecrated the great spectacle of racing that is the Indy 500.
It was a joke.
No, I know. To be clear, it was a joke. But, you know, the great thing about the sim is you can do stuff like this. Grab some unique cars, put some fun combos together, and have some fun. And, you know, look at the Martinsville MX500, an iRacing special event that now reflects something they're doing in reality as well, that traditionally, Lewis, you would never think about. MX5s on an oval. Wait, we did that on iRacing first.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, I still, and this might be a bit of an interesting one. You might not know. I still have never done the iRacing Indy 500.
Never raced in it?
No, because I'm always busy. It always happens. I'm like, right, I'm busy on that day, and I'm busy. Oh, that one's at 2 o'clock in the morning. Can't do that one. It's like, now I'm busy. No, I've never had time to do it. I'm hoping I will get to do it this year, but again, I just always get busy. I will I'm definitely going to give the Daytona 500 a go again. I've not done it for a couple of years, but I do enjoy myself a little bit of the Daytona 500. Always to open out the year. I've actually not done that many special events. I did do the Bathurst 1000 and the Bathurst 12 hour. I've done absolutely none of the Sebring 12-hour, but Dan did 6 corners. And then we were like, nah, let's move on. Let's not do this again. We've done the Nürburgring 24-hour. Not the Nürburgring 24-hour. Sorry, we did the Spa 24-hour. That's what I meant.
So you've done a couple.
I've done a few. I've done more than one.
Cody deep into pit lane, by the way. So the Hawk Tour Sim Sports number 3 is in. Someone in chat said maybe break out the new BMW M2 as part of this, as part of a production car 6-hour race at Bathurst. That sounds quite interesting, actually. You know.
I'm with it. I'll take anything around Bathurst. You know me.
You think it's the best track in the world?
It is the best track in the world. It is. It is. I want everyone in chat to tell me what you think the best track in the world is. And if it's not Bathurst, I want you to not type anything.
If you don't agree with my opinion, refrain from sharing yours, is what Lewis would like you to do. Oh, you know what? Bathurst has got me thinking. Now, the problem with Bathurst is with the new iRacing gravel and whatnot, A, you can't take the jump, but B, if you did take the jump, you would just take all the gravel onto track. What happens if you take the Pro 4 trucks and you send them over the jump at Bathurst? Do they make it over the jump?
No, surely not.
They probably don't have enough. I was going to say, that sounds like a great special event. A race at Bathurst where you're forced to take the jump every single lap.
Which I would be all for. I'd recommend only a 5-lap race, but still, it would be a special event, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be. I mean, in fact, driving one of those over the top would be wild. But I'm trying to think of like what special events are not in iRacing that I would like to see. What was it? 4 hours of Thruxton, 3 hours of Thruxton? That's mad.
4 hours. 4
hours.
I had to go back and look at the schedule. Sorry.
Yeah,
that was my silence.
Thought so. As Thruxton is my local track, I would not like to race in that. I don't like Thruxton very much. Never vibed with it.
At least you know where Thruxton is, though, so that's a good...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, take that, Zach Sweeney. He had no idea what Thruxton was, despite being British.
And isn't it one of his local tracks?
No, Thruxton's my local track. His local track is Snetterton. The old Norfolk lot. No, I mean, look, Thruxton. I think Thruxton's a great addition to iRacing. It's a weird one. I am all for it, and it is weird seeing my local track on iRacing, but that's fine. Don't worry about it.
The one special event I think I might actually jump back in for next year is the Portimao 1,000 kilometers, which has got the HPD, the GT1, and the GT2.
I was going to say, do you really like Portimao that much? But then I heard HPD, and I'm like, that's why. Gotcha.
Yes, and GT1 and GT2 as well. You know?
No, that's fair. I'll allow it.
I think that might tempt me to jump back into the sim for an actual official race. Did I do an official race this year? I may not have done any official races this year.
Oh, sorry. I just seen someone's just said their top three tracks.
Oh, I've just seen that too.
Number 1, Fair Play. Nords, number 2, Fair Play. We are in sync at the moment. That is exactly how I would rate it. And then we go off slightly a little bit with Circuit de la Sarthe being number 3. Now, I think you know my opinion on this.
Yes.
Le Mans, amazing event. It is one of the biggest events in motorsport. This thing will arguably the biggest event in motorsport. Yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. Boring. The track, though, let's think about this objectively. Is it actually a good track? Like, is it good for racing? Is it fun to drive? What are the vibes? What are the characteristics? Is it actually a good track? Now, it might be sacrilege, but it's not. It has about 40 seconds. That was a bit scary. It has 40 seconds of really good racing, going through the like really good driving, rather going through the Porsche curves. Like, that's really fun. And even Indianapolis, cracking corner. Right? And there's a couple of bits around it that are all right, but the rest of it is driving in straights and doing chicanes, which is not interesting.
I'm not a fan of practicing at the Circuit de la Sarthe. It's a fun racetrack. That's how I often say it. The two teammates now, Neil Rocks has been having a rocky time of things, to say the very least, in the last handful of laps, and he's going to lose a position. He's going to drop a whole bunch of time as a result of that as well. Meanwhile, MX-5's Firebird Sim Racing has slid up the inside at turn 13 and now runs second, almost 20 seconds off of the class leader, the Crash Bang Wallet Team Mango number 8. But this all as we start to get closer and closer to those final 60 minutes of this race, at which point every class, if they have not already made their final pit stop, will be able to come to pit lane, grab some fuel, and be good to the checkered flag.
Yeah, we are really in the realm of those final stops. They are not that far away, and then we'll really have an understanding as to how things are going to unfold over the final 75 minutes, or what will be at that point the final hour of this race, which has been entertaining, has been a lot of fun. Again, a bit more memey than our normal iRacing special events, but I vibe with it. Not every race has to be ridiculously serious.
Yeah, that's why I really enjoyed the Martinsville MX500, which was one of the few races that I have done this year, because it was just go out there and have fun, unlimited fast repairs, and just have a ball. So that, like you say, talking about lifting pressure and whatnot, that was a nice thing to have. Do let me know if you're watching along with us, how many races have you done this year? You know, your iRacing Wrapped. What's the total number of races that you've done? Lewis, how many races have you done? Not commentated on, actually raced.
Give me 2 minutes.
Ooh, you're going to go look.
Is there a way of looking at that? Like I can just
you go into the iRacing UI, I think, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm an old man. How dare you? Hold on. I think it's probably less than I would want. Hold on, you give me a mo. Let me figure out how a computer works, and I'll be back.
While he does that, you can do the same. Let us know how much racing that you have done. I'm thinking back, and I think legitimately I have done 2 races that weren't AI races. One being the Martinsville MX500 and the other being a Porsche All-Star race earlier this year. So I have really not done a great job of making my sim rig be useful. Maybe one of my resolutions for 2025, at least one of my sim racing related resolutions, one of my resolutions for next year is just to not let the dust accumulate on the rig. So that's what we'll do. 5, maybe 10 official races as well. That's probably about as many as I'm going to be able to convince myself to do. Hugo Sutherland, 272 races. Lewis, how do you stack up against that?
What, this year?
Yes.
Actually, I still can't find it, but I've genuinely done like 12, 15 races this year. Is that bad?
That's not terrible. I mean, you commentate on your fair share of things at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just don't race that much because I'm old and worse than I used to be. So that's as simple as it gets. I don't have anything more to add.
445 races across of all the licenses, says someone in the Twitch chat. That's more than a race a day, so that's pretty good. I love that. That's a pretty impressive commitment, I would say.
So I'm sorry for saying what I actually meant was wow.
You're jealous that you can't race that much at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm jealous. You remember when you said about like the amount of practice that all these pro drivers put in for these events? Right. I'm jealous that I don't have that mentality. That I can't just be like, because like time isn't necessarily the biggest like issue on that one. Like, I could probably I could find 10 hours a week to just practice for a race. I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't do it to myself. But yeah, it's nah, it's not for me, mate.
So a couple more people in chat. 186 official races since October, not since January, since October. So shout out to X-Kart Dizzy. Mike Sargent, 12 special events this year. That's a good stat.
That is cracking.
That's a great one. Someone says they don't have iRacing just yet, but they love watching the races. Someone says they just got iRacing 2 days ago. Whether you have it or not, we are glad to have you here. Paul Smith says hello as well. 75 official races for Paul Smith. That's not bad for a commentator as well.
That's quite good. That is quite good. When Paul's not looking at trains and stuff, yeah, deal with deal with the racing cars. I respect that. In my entire career, by the way, I've just checked. So someone did like 446 races, right? In my entire iRacing career, I've been on iRacing for 10 years. I've done 201 oval races. I'm just looking on the roadside now, but it's not going to be many.
Someone says, by the way, they've done 800 races this year. So I can promise you one thing. I have two iRacing accounts technically. I got my first one in college, lost access to that email. When I graduated, I created a new account or whatever. My second account, the one that I actually have done more races on, 134 oval races, 451 road races, 27 dirt oval, 45 dirt road. This was an account that I opened in 2013. Congratulations to small operator. You've done more races in a year than I've done in my iRacing career, and I am very, very jealous of you.
I've been in sim racing as a driver since 2013, right? And I moved on to iRacing in 2014. So I've been on iRacing for over 10 years. In all of that time in sim racing, across all platforms, I probably haven't done more than 1,200 races, which sounds like a lot, but realistically in that time, and that includes like iRacing, just official races stuff, it definitely isn't that many. And there's when I did like touring cars, and we did like 3 races a night and things like that. It's like there's no way that I've done more than like 1,200 races. And then some people are putting close to that in a year. That's crazy.
A couple of GT4 cars have had issues. I did note that for the Barracuda Networks team, not being an easy stint for Peter Chonka. Second spin for him of the day. Also did see that Basic Ollie had another spin in the number 10 GT4. But maybe more importantly, as we focus in on the GR86s for at least just a couple of moments, that's what happened to Basic Ollie. Forgot to brake. I think some more accurate description of what happened there, and went the wrong way. But GR86's MWGP, Lewis, they've dropped back behind Apex Action Racing, an incident on track for Junior Fieo, and Cade McKee has taken advantage to move forward, and there's now a fight for second in class.
Yep, indeed. 69 minutes nice left to go of this race as well, and so there's still plenty of time for the odd chops and changes, including, again, this battle for second spot. When it comes to the race leads, all of them basically are set, not quite in stone, but in freshly poured concrete. That's pretty much sorted, but we'll need a little bit more time to see this one unfold, but I don't see any major changes happening at the lead of each of our categories. Those lower down, though, I expect to see a fair amount of changes. Battle for second position in the MX-5s. It's Firebird Sim Racing. They're in second position with the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw directly behind. I wonder if we have many MX-5s on this grid that don't have damage on the front end.
They have been playing a lot of bumper cars, haven't they?
There has been a bit.
And to be clear, when we say bumper cars here, we're not talking about argy-bargy through the corners. We're talking about in the straights, just the pushing to try and help out a little bit. The fact that they're running this alternate layout means you can see here, but Frattini doesn't really get close enough to really make a move into turn 13 unless there's a mistake from the car in front. So instead of trying to look for that opportunity, what he does instead, just put the front bumper to the rear bumper of the car in front, try and speed them up a little bit. Visually there's some damage, but probably not doing too much in terms of actual impact on the car itself. It was a 5-car train at one point, let's not forget. The number 7 has come out of pit lane into some clean air, so that's good for them. And they're in front of Cody Deeth, who had a very long pit stop. So we'll see if there's going to be some interesting strategy calls here. Not far down the road as well, just out of shot, but Adnan Grozdanic in the 5-Star Motorsports 005. Remember, part of that lead train in the early running got dropped from the pack in the first cycle of pit stops, Lewis, because he stopped for almost 13 seconds longer. But he's almost caught up to the back of these drivers, and I'm wondering if he's going to have an advantage in the final pit stop of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell at this point, realistically, that's what should happen, but what should and what does, two different things. The car driven by Frattini, the 87 racing car, is into pit lane now then. So this was, again, last stops, obviously dragging in 5-star as well. in that excellent livery. I'm wondering if it's a contender, but I'm still thinking. I just feel like my choice, by the way, for best livery is going to be really boring.
If you say Crash Bang Wallop, you're in trouble.
It's not going to be Crash Bang Wallop. Is Dan Moore in the car? No, he's not, is he? Because it's still...
No, he's watching us, so you got to be careful.
It's a lovely livery.
Being careful is Lewis.
It's not going to win livery of the day from me. Let's go with that, shall we?
Let's go with it indeed. By the way, update from pit lane. Car got a drive-through penalty. So the number 6 hits the 35 incident point limit, and iRacing instantly gives it a drive-through penalty. And now every subsequent 20 incidents, they'll get another drive-through. They've only got 70 odd minutes though left to survive, so hopefully they'll be all right there.
Yeah, it's actually, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of places where you can pick up incident points quite easily, but it's not as crazy as some circuits, like for example Alton Park, which I saw someone did pick as their best track, which actually, do you know what, I kind of vibe with. It's definitely not, but I do vibe with it. It's a great track. In there, when you go out of turn 2, you run through a left-hander, and if you run even half the car off the road, that counts as being an off-track. Around here, not quite so much. You go through NASCAR, which is turn 4 around here. You can use so much of the circuit on the exit before you get given an off-track. So off-tracks aren't necessarily the issue which is going to build you up those instant points. It will do a little bit, but not that much. It's more those odd 4Xs. By the way, I've just seen the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkasor car, which obviously has just left the pit lane, has spun, by the way.
Yep, they've lost a good almost 8-9 seconds. Oh, high sides on the curb, around, and then what happens on the rejoin? Not much, actually.
No, I think it's fine on rejoin. But Frattini there just taking too much curb on what I'm assuming is cold tyres as well. And grip being different, weight being different. Car just went for it. Oh, I've just seen a very big crash as well by MWGP Real Drive. That's just hit the barrier very hard at Oak Tree.
Oh! And now there is an unfortunate incident that involves a small Japanese automobile. Nicky Novella, slight contact with the GT4 that was coming through. That was the NSR Red number 24. And hoping there's not any lasting impact on the MX-5. They'll be headed straight to pit lane anyway, so it's probably not a bad time for any contact to occur. But it now just leaves the race leader yet to pit in the MX-5s. And so they will hold on to the lead to the end of the race, you would assume. You can see the jacks going up, some tires being changed as well. Final pit stops for the MX-5s.
Yeah, if by the way, if we ever get the 17, the car that was running in 3rd position in the GR86 is currently driving around with 3 wheels on at the moment. There's another look at that incident. Just turned in a little bit. That was an unfortunate incident. It did involve a Japanese automobile, so at least all of that is accurate. As you'll see, it was just a bit of a dive here from the GT4, but that was fine. That wasn't though. Overdrove it a little bit, but it's no major. It just is what it is. But yes, we do have a car at the moment driving around with just 3 wheels on. The front left wheel of the MWGP real drive car, the 17, is missing.
And I think that does officially mean with the meatball, he'll have to come in the next 3 laps to serve some sort of damage repair. You can see that at least visually it's there, but it's not turned. Oop, no, never mind. That is a 3-wheeler right now. And oh no. Okay, we're okay. We survived. They're able to navigate through safely. Just a couple of corners left to go before he'll be able to hook the right down onto pit lane. But from contending for a potential victory, they were looking good for a probable podium. Now it looks as though it's going to promote Motorsports Factory and Scuderia Bababui into a little bit of a duel between the 2 teams for the final stop on the podium. And those 2 are right on top of one another and have been for the majority of the race. So they're going to have a fun little sprint, 62 minutes to the end of the race.
I mean, there's no fast repair, is there a possibility that that car is, there you go, you can just see it goes straight off the road. That is a big hit in the barrier. That was a crash that I was talking about a little bit earlier. That was a big hit into the barrier, just overcommitted into Oak Tree and smacked the barrier. Not great on the rejoin, but probably struggling to understand where the grip is at the moment. Is there a possibility that that car won't be back out? Because is that just going to be too much damage?
The answer is I don't know.
It is moving very weirdly in the pit lane, I'll say that.
Yeah, we'll give it a sec. It just tried to leave the pit lane and then took a toe back because it wasn't fully repaired. So again, we'll keep you updated. That left front's getting moved around by the mechanics as they work on the Jeremy Clarkson School of Engineering.
Why is it still moving? It's still moving. I mean, it's still wobbling on the box and moving.
Jeremy Clarkson School of Engineering. Just break out the hammer and whack on it.
Yeah, it is still wobbling. It's come off the jacks, but it's still wobbling in pit. There it goes. Quick cut to it and then like, nah, that ain't right.
We should be careful because that could trigger Lewis and myself
into giggle frenzy.
Exactly. We could go silent for 5 minutes because we'd be too busy giggling.
I'm okay. I did show a few people a clip of what we're talking about there, of us giggling and not being able to commentate to a few people recently. It's quite funny. I think that car is toast, by the way. I think the MWGP real drive car, I don't believe we'll be seeing that car again. I don't see how that's going to get repaired. But
just listening in to Adnan Grozdanic, not really doing much in terms of fuel saving here. Remember that they have already come out of pit lane for the final time, so you'd hope that they've all done their calculations correctly and don't have to worry about saving to the end. It's a good run out of the final corner, though. Here comes the run from the 005, the 5-Star Motorsports machine, alongside of Lincoln Fox, who got back into that car around 9 laps ago. Unfortunately, the potential fight to hold on to a second on the road has not played out as expected, and 5-Star Motorsport grabbed 5th position as the GT4 cycles its way on through. At least the GR86 has stopped moving in pit lane like Michael Jackson.
It isn't wobbling anymore, so it's at least that's covered off. Doesn't mean it's going back out. But yeah, it has stopped wobbling at least. Maybe they are repairing it bit by bit. Who knows? We'll find out. They'll be working hard on that crew. We'll take them a little while to get there anyway. We'll say, of course, you can see the 5-Star Motorsport car directly ahead. And then not far ahead of that is Dario Frattini, of course, a driver who was battling for 2nd position before that unfortunate spin. Outlier running that alternate strategy. They were running in 2nd earlier on. And then the 5-Star car, that was also running in 2nd earlier on. So all these have had their little taste of being up there. Alas, they are not at the important moment of the race where we head into the final hour and towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, the early pit stop worked for Cody Death in the number 3. He's grabbed 3rd, and with a bit of a 15-second gap behind him to the 87 Racing team. The call from JP's team is interesting, though, because they only were stationary for 33 seconds. A lot of the other MX-5s closer to almost 60 seconds stationary, so I've got to assume that they've maybe not taken tires, not taken fuel, but they've done something different. Grozdanic has taken both the fuel and tires and is really making them work. Frattini, another driver that had a slightly shorter pit stop, pays the price, loses a spot, and I think Lincoln Fox is going to be the next to follow on through, except off to the grass he goes on the exit of turn 13.
Did think was a bit overcommitted there going into the corner, and alas, slightly off the road. Still able to keep up nicely though, so at least there's that. We head into the S's section on the infield, and now Frattini is really knocking at the door. On the bottom of your screen there, you've got some Clio racing on what looks like a completely different day. It's just where there's no cloud coverage at where they are.
Yeah, it's the great thing about the iRacing weather system, of course, that certain ends of the track might have slightly different characteristics. I can tell you I'm seeing a couple of drops up towards the roller coaster. It's not much rain by any means, just to reiterate, but it's there. It's a little bit of a dusting coming down right now. Just something for them to keep in mind. Bottom of your screen, watching the Clios for a moment. Do you think when it comes to those Clios, any chance of a battle for the race victory? not really out of the question right now because iRacing make Clio a free car, Lewis. They are truly holding the pressure on to Impulse Racing. 9 seconds between first and second in that class.
You could definitely see on the broadcast there that it was raining on the start-finish straight. It is very, very light. Don't worry, we're not going to be talking about spray, wet tyres or anything like that. But you can see even here, look at the Impulse car running up towards Oak Tree now. There is raindrops coming down. So we are getting a little bit hitting the circuit. I'll accept that I'll probably have to buy you a green fee. It's fine. I'll allow it. This is actually, it is raining.
Let's go.
I can see that. It's fine. It'll be at my local though. It's 11 quid. Have it.
All right, let's do it. Is it a 9-hole course, 18-hole course?
It's a 9-hole course. It's par 34. It's one of the hardest holes you ever play. Don't worry.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I am now intrigued.
It's got like a 480-yard par 4, which doesn't sound crazy, but it is also on the side of a hill, and you'll be playing always with the ball below your feet. It is a nightmare, and also there's death everywhere. It's not good. You're either on the fairway or your ball's gone.
It sounds very, very intriguing. That is definitely a lot more rain than we had the first time by, though, and I'm almost hearing it as well. So. Again, we're not talking about spray, we're not talking about wet tires. We might just be talking about drivers being a bit more tentative because they don't trust the grip that is going to still be there. Scuderia Bababui, I did get a word from the team. Nick Sudik was not meant to do this race alone, but there was a slight issue and mix-up when they registered the car, and so his teammate didn't get assigned. And so what was meant to be a 2-driver effort became a 1-driver effort. 3 hours and 5 minutes in, and Nick Sudik still in a great position. A podium on the cards.
Yes, but still, this does remain that we should remind everyone, when it comes to signing up for a special event, in all cases, you have half an hour. There's no time constraint. It doesn't matter whether you sign up in the final minute or in the first half an hour. It doesn't matter. As long as you are signed up, that is the important bit. So spend an extra minute or so just double checking everything, just making sure that the right tires, the right drivers are selected, the right team is selected. If you're taking part in a bigger esports championship, that the right number is selected, please. And things like that. Just you've got time. It's not that time sensitive. You've already done most of your practice. You're already ready to go. Being in that race server 2 minutes earlier won't make any difference. Just make sure that you're signed up correctly.
It is always actually, in my opinion, the most stressful time of a special event when you're trying to register everybody.
But especially these days, you just double check it. Just double check that what you're signing up is right. Yeah. Prepare it beforehand and then double check it at the end. Bish bash bosh. It's done.
And iRacing, they've done a great job. We've had the big special events where sometimes, servers sometimes get a bit overloaded. They've done a great job of working on solutions for that. And so now you can register an hour before. And the entire process of getting the servers up and running has been a lot smoother since, Lewis, what was effectively our first broadcast together.
It was indeed 2021.
On Daytona 24.
The 7 hours?
No. Stop exaggerating. I'm pretty sure it was 5.
Oh, I think it was 5. Yeah, no, I knew it was an odd number, but I think it was 5 hours. Which you will classify as a rain delay. We all know what it was. It was just a delay. There was no rain. I didn't have rain at this point. But boy, was it boring. We just played chess.
Connect 4 as well.
We watched. Who was it? It's BS competition. Was it Williams?
And Williams Esports. Yeah, they were so bored on social media that they played Connect 4 on social media. Tell you what, we have been rambling for a little bit. It's all as we head into this final hour of the race. And the rain's really thrown up some challenges. Let's jump on board. Dario Frattini is going to take us for a ride in the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw entry. Let's see what VAR is throwing at the drivers with 53 minutes left to go. Well, the rain has well and truly dried up. If there was any sort of moisture in the air, it's passed overhead the Virginia International Raceway. 45 minutes left to run in the final special event of the year, the Production Car Challenge at VIR. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod as we walk into these final moments. And Lewis, been an interesting race so far. Battle still going on, and in this MX-5 class in particular, we've really been seeing plenty of back and forth.
Yeah, we've had plenty, and that's been it's been very, very good fun. We've had our great share of battling, and I'm sure over the next 45 minutes we are going to be getting plenty more. You're absolutely right. What we're looking at here, the battle of the moment between the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw car behind 5-Star Motorsport. It's the battle for 4th position at the moment in the MX-5s. They have pulled clear of Outlier whilst we were riding on board there. So yeah, we've seen the gap growing to that car behind, but the gap not really changing to the car ahead. And this should be all the way to the checkered flag, right? We shouldn't see any more stops in the MX-5s. So this is it. This is your fight until the end of the race, and I'm sure these drivers will be well aware as to where they are in the race and exactly what they're fighting for. So it's about timing your pass and making sure that you get past kind of when traffic's right for you, so that you can hopefully pull away a fair margin.
And so let's quickly run down things as they stand right now, knowing that yes, the GT4s have a couple of things to change around in terms of maybe pit stops to play through, but there's some big gaps through the field. It's the Jenna Ortega fan club by P1 Docs that lead, and a commanding margin at this point right now. 1 minute 16 seconds their advantage over German Sim Racing, who sit in second. They've got their own comfortable gap back to Dingus Racing, who sit in third, the final step on the podium, with G29 Merchanting, who have just come down pit lane in fourth. They may end up promoted up towards second or third by the time the cycle plays on forward. Just waiting now for the likes of Thomas Eng Sim Racing, Friend Motorsport, and Ari to also dive their way into the lane. NSR Red, BRT, they've made their final pit stops of the day, while Barracuda Networks, the final team, still out there and running. Lewis, talk to us about the Renault Clios in their respective battles.
Yes, indeed. We are still waiting for the final pit stops in the Clio Cup. It is Impulse, though, leading the way at the moment. Miguel Freitas behind the wheel. The iRacing Make Clio a free car is into the pit lane, as well as the fast lane team man. I think Arjuna will probably come back to this one once they've done with their pit stop. We'll come back to the Clios because it's going to be very messy at the moment. They are in their final pit stop sequence. We'll talk you through the we'll go for the GR86s instead. I'll cover that one off, and then we'll come back to the Clios in a moment. The JFR esports car at the moment leading by a very comfortable margin, 80 seconds ahead of the Apex Action Project Valorous car. Obviously a lot of this through pit stops and such, but still the Scuderia Bababui car at the moment is the one that's running in third position, with Epic Sim Racing Red in fourth. Only 5 seconds separating them, 10 seconds further back to the Motorsport Factory yellow car. Apex this GR, they've had a bit of an issue right at the very start of this race. They are a lap down, that is legit. Bloco Mortaire Sim Sport car, what I would argue is up there for one of the better liveries of the day. I kind of vibe the kind of really dark greeny, bluey, yellowy. It just kind of works. They are currently running in 7th position. 2 laps down, though, is the Hexa Team purple car. Then we've got NWG Real Drive, which is back out there on the circuit. Marcus Raffel is back behind the wheel, though. And then the Dudarev Motorsport car, that one is the last one still running. Cracked Racing Fruit Gang, they are out of this race and were out a very long time ago.
And so we will then head to the MX-5s, where Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango, the margin only 11 seconds, but they have well and truly controlled. Dan Amor jumps back into the car for the final stint of the race. JP's team quietly have been climbing their way forward, started down in 8th position, but up to 2nd. Slightly shorter time on pit lane most recently. We're wondering if that's going to maybe leave them at a bit of a deficit, heading into the final stages. Would they be under pressure from maybe Cody Deeth behind them in the number 3? Got a little bit of a battle still between the 5-Star Motorsport and the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw crews that's up on your screen right now. And 4 seconds behind them, you have the Outlier Speedco. Then you have the team name that's so long it breaks our time and graphics. The unfortunate incident involving small Japanese automobile. Unfortunately, they have had a small incident involving a small Japanese automobile, so the team name came true. Only one retirement at the back of the class, but Team Jack Veazey, Rudolph S. Redline Racers, and Firebird Sim Racing all still out there and running. For the most part, 48 starters, 43 running. Attrition, Lewis, has been pretty low.
Yeah, it's not really been that bad. The entirety of the field, we've seen... Really, it's 5 retirements over the 48 cars. Carl Simsport Toasted Waffles, rest in peace, they are out. So that is sad, because that's one of our sick liveries on the M4s. They're out. Angry Beaver Racing, they're out. Like I said, Cracked Racing, Fruit Gang, Talk Tour, and Start Endurance, SART Endurance, all out of this race. Everyone else, though, the 44 cars that aren't listed in that 5... or 43 cars rather aren't listed in that group, they are still going, which I think is great. That's cracking. 4 out of 40 minutes left to go, so that's 3 hours and 20 minutes down. To only have 5 retirements in what could be a really chaotic race is not too bad at all.
Exactly. And a race in which 20-something of these drivers or teams are competing with just a solo driver behind the wheel for 4 hours, so no chance to really get up and have a break, stretch your legs. No, it's behind the sim rig and behind the wheel for a good solid 4-hour stint. And most of these drivers have held up pretty well to that challenge. We'll say, though, gaps have opened up pretty significantly at this point. The only battle between 2 class drivers, which is underneath a second, is the one that we're watching between 4th and 5th in the MX-5s. Everything else has been blown up. And Lewis, we were speculating at the start of this race that the fact that the Clios, the GR86s, and the MX-5s, they're all quite similar in terms of lap time, actually, but they make their lap time in different ways, was going to mean that those classes kind of got mixed up amongst one another, and it would result in something like this.
Yeah, exactly. This is always kind of how it unfolds. I'm sure if you actually look closer at the gaps around the circuit, there are closer gaps, but not between the same class, and we don't kind of get the best relative of that. That's just kind of how it goes. Like, for example, I mean, these two aren't that far behind Car, the legendary Car, which is the Clio they're closing up on. So there is, things like that. I mean, to give you the full example, I mean, at the moment, the lead of the non-GT4s, which was the Clios at the start of the race, is the JFR Esports GR86, right? Then there's a Clio, then there's a GR86, then there's a load of Clios, another GR86, etc. And you would assume then most of the GR86s then are up that way of the order. That's not necessarily true, though, because once we get to the back of the top 5 of the GR86s, then there's the Clios, there's the entirety of the running MX-5 Cup field, and then there is 5 GR86s behind that. That's just how this race is unfolded. The strength of the field is obviously lower than where we'd normally be like commentating on these big top split races. That's just how this race is, and I am absolutely okay with that. But no, it's interesting how the splits kind of work and how the cars vibe with it. It's a very odd position to be in. The only definite factor is those GT4s are a lot quicker than the rest of the field.
And I did see a couple of people suggesting in chat that maybe for the future event, it's already confirmed that this is back on the schedule for next year's special event calendar. Maybe replace the GT4 with the new BMW M2, but that would mean 4 classes all of very similar sort of speed, so add even more chaos into the mix. But I guess that's kind of what makes this sort of racing. I guess you've also got to try and determine, are we talking about, let's say we did that right and all 4 classes are within sort of ballpark pace, do we start caring about which car wins the race overall then, or is it still only about class winners? Because Lewis, like you said earlier, there are some MX-5 and GR86s and Clios that are all relatively close and could technically be fighting for overall position, but we're only really focusing class position here today.
Yeah, exactly. We're more focused on what's happening in each individual class. I think if you do that, then you kind of have to get rid of the 4 different classes on that tower, and we're talking about the entirety of the race, then separated by different classes. Things get a little bit complicated in that. I mean, look, this is a battle, but for overall position, this is a battle for 30th position on track. Aidan Wilkinson's just got back through on Dario Frattini. That is an actual position on the actual track. It's just not for positioning class. But the MX-5s have closed up to this Clio, are faster through this section by quite a bit. But then on the straight, as you see, that Clio is quite a lot faster in a straight line. The next car behind Clio-wise, that is the car that's running in 2nd position in the Clio, so is a lap clear. That's the iRacing make Clio a free car. They have closed their way back into this fight, but that's not for position, that's to lap, like I said. But then the rest is all for positions. It's fascinating as to how it's unfolding.
And well, Impulse down to pit lane in the Clios. Jenna Ortega fan club into pit lane from the BMW GT4. So leaders in both classes. Final pit stops for each of them. Miguel Freitas. Now, is he going to be close to Matthias Pentela? Cone to cone, pit lane should only take you around 50 seconds at most, and that margin is a little bit larger than that. Already off and away. He was only stationary for 21.3 seconds, so almost 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the rest of the competition. It's going to mean a nice healthy advantage for Impulse. Almost 14, 15 seconds once you time it into turn number 1. In the GT4s, Jenna Ortega fan club still sits there and serves its final pit stop time, but there's no worries here. We're still expecting German sim racing and the Dingus racing teams down onto pit lane. They're back out on track now, and 34 minutes away from a win as MX-5 switch it back up. Great move from 5-Star Motorsport.
Yeah, that was a really nice one. Just too deep goes the 87 racing car, opens up the opportunity for 5-Star to work their way through. And now the iRacing make Clio a free car joins the rear end of this, not thinking about the battle for their position, just wants track position right now, wants to work their way through. I believe, don't quote me on this, but I do believe that car owes us a pit stop, doesn't it? Does the oh no, it made it recently. Sorry, it made it at the end of lap 68. So that is actually 13 seconds off of the race lead in class.
Yep, things are starting to shake out in terms of the strategy right now. GR86s, going to be curious to see if there is anything to play out there. Just waiting to maybe see when Scuderia Bababooey dive to pit lane from 3rd right now. They may end up finding themselves dropping into still a pretty decent position, but time will end up telling a little bit more there. Looking at these lap times as well, for those that are in the Clio, GR86 and MX-5 Cup class, lap time's a bit inconsistent on occasion when traffic swings its way past. Those GT4s are so much faster. Some of them have been making themselves known at unfortunate times, given that all 3 of those classes, Lewis, they're momentum-based classes. So if you lose, you know, a run out of Oak Tree Corner, for example, that could cost you almost half a second right there. Yeah,
I mean, again, this is where like patience is to be learned. I mean, I will say, this is kind of where like iRacing, like we don't do this necessarily in iRacing, even though it is kind of the case. But like, when it comes to like traffic management, right? If you want to talk about how to be good in GTP traffic management, you know, working your way through GT3s, learning at something like this is far easier to kind of figure out how to, for want of a better term, be patient. Because that is one thing that we don't see enough from, you know, a lot of drivers when they're new to multi-class racing, is patience. Because there's aggression and patience, and the two kind of are inextricably linked when it comes to traffic management. And learning in something like this will be far easier than just chucking yourself straight into a GTP. You'll learn far more from racing because you've got slower speeds, you've got more time to react to stuff. But obviously, a lot of people, when they do their first multi-class racing, me included, you jump straight for the fastest thing and go, yeah, let's try and figure it out. And that's not necessarily the best way of doing it.
Yeah. I often feel like, you know, when it comes down to something like that, it's just about... Sometimes in iRacing, you fall afoul of the fact that you have unlimited practice, right? Which is a terrible thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
When you practice too much, you actually go down rabbit holes and bring in bad trends. I don't know where I'm going down with this rabbit hole, but anyway, that is what it is. 30 odd minutes left to go here for the Production Car Challenge. Remember, we are going to start looking at some of the liveries and trying to pick which is our favorite car out on display here today. If you've got particular favorites, keep an eye through all the traffic. Maybe you like the Dingus Racing number 92. That's one of my personal favorites.
I was going to say, Hugo Luis was straight onto that, wasn't he? Broadcast producer. He's like, bam, let's bring this one up. It's definitely not because of what's written on the driver's door.
I mean, if it's okay for the BBC to put that on TV.
That's true. That is true.
It's okay for us as well.
There are biscuits from a certain area, but that's fine. That's fine. Great episode, by the way. I've talked about
one of my favorite episodes.
Probably one of the best.
As well.
Yeah. But no, obviously there are some good liveries out there. There are some not good liveries out there. Dana Moore's back in the car, so I can say that it definitely isn't the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango car. That's probably one of the most egregious. I can say it now, it's fine.
There it is.
It's terrible.
I mean, you had to be very careful while he was watching and keeping an eye on you in chat.
Well, let's be honest, he's not going to go back through a 4-hour broadcast to try and find, you know,
definitely not
random clips of this. So as long as no one sends it to him, as long as you're on my side, everyone watching, that this livery is trash, then we're all good to go.
The number 9 is Skibbity. I don't even know what that means.
I hate that you've just said that.
But I just read what Jeremy Fletcher said in chat.
I hate that you've just said that.
What is Skibbity? Sorry.
I actually don't know. I'm too old. I don't know. I think it means it's like...
You're too old? Oh, no. Yeah, I'm too old.
We're not that different on age, mate.
Yeah, but I've crossed the threshold of 30 now.
That's true.
It was just this mental thing. As soon as
I've only got a few months.
Yeah, you're not far away. Anyway.
I only got a few months.
The 9 is Skibbity, is what Jeremy Fletcher says. Anyway.
What a horrible thing to say.
What? Did I just insult someone?
No, just saying what a horrible thing to say. Whether it means it's good or bad or whatever, it doesn't matter. That's like hearing someone say that's Leng.
I don't even know what that means.
That livery is Leng.
That's a pretty cool livery. German sim racing always bring out the big guns with their spec map as well.
Yeah, and that's why I do like it quite a lot. We'll talk about that later, though.
Apparently, is a brain rot word.
I'm sure
explains a lot. Yeah, explains a lot there too. People might have missed you and me discovering what cap means, because we learned about that on a broadcast as well. At least I did.
What did you say? Sorry.
Cap?
Cap. Oh yeah. It's yeah.
Lie. That's
lies.
What it means.
Exactly.
We had to learn about this. Yeah,
if you say no cap, it means no lie. Or no joke.
No cap, the Clios look pretty good in this field. Not that one.
But to be fair, it does say you're behind me, condolences, bro, which is actually pretty funny.
And is it in Comic Sans as well?
It is, of course, in Comic Sans. Look.
There you go.
Argo Vroom.
Oh, there's Lance Stroll on it.
There's a arrow.
Fernando Alonso
idiot. No, I mean this livery is actually not that bad. It's pretty funny.
There's a Rickroll. There's a is this damaged bit of there's some pretty good details on that one.
Yeah,
we'll allow that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does that pass the inspection that Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango did not?
I mean, you tell me. You're the arbiter here.
That's true. But I will keep my opinions to myself. Wait, what?
You're waiting for the last 10 minutes now.
No, look, I'll say, look, I'm okay with the meme livery. There's a time and a place for it. This is the time and indeed the place. I will allow it, but they ain't winning any competitions of best livery, that's for sure.
Well, there's something on the front of that MX-5 that I still have not been able to quite figure out what it is. But I will say the Apex Action Racing with Project Valorous car. That's a nice little livery on the Toyota GR86.
It is very, very pretty. I actually do like anyone that can get blue and red to actually work on a livery. Sounds simple, not simple.
Well, there's no
Very
black
tricky.
in there, right? So it's at least different. It's not traditional wet colors, which everyone is black, red, and white.
But making blue and red actually work on a livery is quite hard, especially if you do it with gradients. And this car does have gradients, it does have blue, it does have red, it does have a lot of white though, which is kind of what balances out. I think it looks good, it looks smart. It's good looking livery.
Jerry Fletcher's just said, but it isn't leading the race.
It isn't. I will say the JFR Esports car is actually, I kind of rate it. It's white.
White and purple?
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. Purple's a great color, actually.
It is. It's an underutilized colour in the higher levels of sim racing. More teams should use purples, pinks, and be more imaginative. Stop going with black and red.
Yes, no, I agree, and I think purple's underutilized in general. I think that looks quite nice. Got a nice little lines on the car. Although the one thing that I will just point out, guys, the number plate doesn't really...
Yeah, we're not talking about that, that's fine.
Yeah,
Imagine if the white on that was brushed chrome instead.
Play around the spec map a little bit, that would be nice.
Exactly. Spec map is a requirement if your livery is going to be high up on my list. It's just how you move that livery just to being that little bit better. You've put that little bit more time into it. You've moved it that little bit forward, you know?
Just, exactly, it elevates it that little bit more.
Exactly.
I want to figure out exactly how that works. That's a big old send past some traffic for the race leader. That was some confident lobs there.
That was, I mean, look, there was confidence in the braking ability for Ben Langford there, and was able to lap. Was that just fourth place? It was just fourth place, wasn't it? Yeah.
No, it's a fight for position, fourth and fifth.
Oh yeah, so it was. Yeah, it's fourth and fifth, but third is still miles. Well, I'll say miles down the road. It's just there. You can see it in the distance. Pink and blue looks awful, but it's a great team name, Baba Booey. They are a little bit further down the road. I think our race leaders in the GR86s could lap up to third.
I think you're right. I think you are right. And again, they started behind the Clios. They are so fast. They are now, well, almost 90 seconds in front of the leading Clio. That's how much they've been able to put on the entirety of the non-GT4 classes, because effectively the Clio's, GR86s, MX-5s, said it a couple of times, pretty much all about the same pace. That GR86 fight, though, keep an eye on that, because that was slowly developing, and I think maybe Motorsports Factory Yellow, having made the move on Epic Sim Racing, I'm not sure if there was an issue for Tobias Siegner, but just wondering, because I'm pretty sure that car was a lot further up the road. In fact, yes, they did have a bit of a self-spin at Oak Tree Corner, and so now they're trying to bounce back from a self-inflicted mistake. JP's team, by the way, MX-5s, into pit lane. So their short pit stop, let's not forget, Lewis, that they had in the last sequence, wasn't enough to get them to the end.
That was a weird spin for Siegner. I think potentially when it dropped the gear, it just let the rear end spin its way around. But you're absolutely right. Pit stops still in effect. JP's team is into pit lane. They're now leaving it. But yeah, that's a late stop. Will we see more of that kind of action? I'm sure we're not done yet with 22 minutes left to go in this 4-hour race. I think battle for victories, they're all set and sorted. I think the victories, the leaders that you have at the moment, the General Ortega Fan Club, Impulse, JFR, and Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango, they will all be holding on to their respective positions, I do believe, until the checkered flag.
Yes, the only things left to really be determined, like we say, other positions, but maybe also could we see a slight slip up through traffic that invites an opportunity. The only gap for the lead that's really somewhat close is the Clio's. That's 17 seconds. Everything else is at least 30 plus between first and second on the road. Out of Oak Tree Corner, turn 12 goes fight for second in the MX-5. Dario Frattini, Adnan Grozdanic, two drivers that have been in the car since the start of the race. Grozdanic is going to go up high. on the run to turn 13. Remember, they're going to hook the right here through the hairpin. They'd usually run a little bit longer towards the roller coaster, and the car behind will have a bit more chance to make the move, but shorter run, a little bit more difficult if you're not on the inside. Has to stay patient for the time being. Adnan, by the way, first time I commentated on him, Lewis, was about 2 weeks ago when he won a Prodigy Pass. So he's going to get a chance to drive a Radical SR1 next summer and potentially become a professional racing driver. So he's very excited about the opportunity. I didn't realize how popular he was on Twitch as well.
Does he have more fans than you and I put together?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's not hard. I think yours cancel out mine. I have none.
I was going to say I have none. You actually have some. So
no,
anyway.
I don't know if I wouldn't go that far. I have none. I definitely have none. My mum doesn't count. She doesn't watch the sim racing broadcasts.
Oh,
all the real world motorsport broadcasts, watch nothing. She didn't even know that I'm on TalkSport. Nothing.
Oh.
Little flags there, by the way.
To be fair, having to listen to you.
Yeah, no, fair play. Fair cop.
You didn't set me up for that one.
No, that's all right. I'll allow it. It's fine. You can do the final 20 minutes by yourself then.
Right, Lewis is off.
He's gone.
Out of here.
Absolutely checked out. It's okay. Not checking out from this fight though. Still remains 5-star against 87 in the battle for what is now second place.
Yep, it's been 37 seconds the advantage for Crash Bang Wallet Team Mango after opening up the gap to almost 20 seconds in the first hour or so. Have not really felt the need to push too hard and instead just control things up front. Saw Cody Deeth back down on pit lane. That's unexpected. So I'm wondering if there's been some misfortune that's found that number 3. He was trying the last to first challenge. I guess it's all gone wrong for him.
Yeah, I think it most certainly has. I don't know if they need to stop again. Obviously, we did see JP's team also come back in pit lane, but yeah, no, I think there's some extra drama to chuck into this. Sorry, I just saw something which needs reading out just to really understand. That livery is very Sigma no cap. Just so we can sit on that one for a second.
This time you brought the cringe. I didn't have to say it this time.
Yeah, but I just want to bring attention to that so that whoever's written that can sit there and really think about what's just happened. As here comes the move from 5-star to the outside of the 87 racing car. Could be completed here. Frattini on the inside line. Is he going to get on the brakes early? No, he's not.
No, and this is the problem being on the outside as well, because the track falls away from you somewhat. You can see the slide from the 5-star Motorsports machine, and Grosdanic back into line. I think turn 12 is a great place to try and get a slingshot, but turn 13 is a good place to defend. So maybe focus more of your attention, if you're the car sat behind Lewis, on the exit out of the final corner onto the pit straight, because that might be a more realistic place to pass. Don't think the S's was where everyone had put their money down to make some moves as well, but Epic Sim Racing, epic move past Motorsports Factory Yellow. It's not quite done as they roll through the rise of turn 10, but my goodness, bravery on both sides and respect as well to make it work.
Yeah, indeed. That was actually a really, really nice move. Like I said, you don't typically see that much side-by-side through that part of the track, and to have worked their way through in that manner, that was a really nice move from the Epic Sim Racing red car, just to find their way past. Did start from 37th position, 5 positions back. It was overall. Didn't qualify. That was the important bit. Started towards the rear of the GR86 class, about 5 positions behind the car they've just overtaken there. But this battle, Arjuna, it's not done. It is going to last 17 more minutes, you'd have to say. Surely it will do. Unless lap traffic, unless big drama, I don't suspect there's going to be too much pace difference between them.
No, I'm expecting, I think, in both that battle and the one that we continue to watch here, back and forth, it will go. Grosdanic, I think, kind of heard what I was saying. He tried to switch it back out of turn 1, but Frattini's just found what he needs to do, hold the inside, and he should be able to defend the speed that he has got. One by one, these laps will tick away and opportunities will tick away as well. So is it going to be traffic, and is Grosdanic going to have to try and follow traffic through in a moment of desperation? Now, we've seen plenty of contact between front to rear bumper, Lewis. Not necessarily expecting that here, but these drivers are definitely willing to stick it close to one another.
Yeah, you saw the flash in there of the Barracuda Networks Team Blue car, I think it was, that just scoot their way past. Just again, the lights to be like, by the way, I am going to pass you before we get into the snake, don't worry about it. But this battle is very much on. And the thing is knowing that, you know, you're not, at this point, you're not worried about lap time. You're not worried about catching the group ahead, being caught by the group behind, anything like that. You're worried about overtaking that guy ahead of you. This is back to just raw racing. And so now you can be afforded the opportunity of going for the bigger moves, of trying to really go for it. You know, those ones where you're side by side for a few corners, which earlier in the race would have cost you a whole heap of time, doesn't matter anymore.
You can see Grosdanic look to the inside for a moment, then realize that once again the door was not going to open. It's going to be an interesting back and forth as they, in these final 15 minutes, give it everything that they have. And in these MX-5s, we've talked about it already, they're known for developing and showing a driver's racecraft. We're going to get a really good sense from both these drivers, how they attack, how they defend, how they deal with this stress. You could see once again a bit of a slide there for the 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw car down the hill. Got to be very careful through these elevation changes, through the mounting of some of the curbs, not to unbalance the car too quickly. It does seem as though car is involved in a fight in the Clio class, and so that's the fight for 11th and 12th position on the bottom of your screen, Lewis, with the GT4 ready to slide his way through up to the pit straight.
Yeah, of course, we did just see that GT4 working its way past the two MX-5s we're seeing battling once again, Barracuda Networks Team Blue. So a little bit further down the road, and like you say, you can see the battle between Car and Three Blind Mice, so very interesting to see if they unfold their way to the checkered flag. Very quickly on the Frattini battle against the 5-star motorsport car. Frattini's doing everything right at the moment, at least defensively, where he's being proactive on defense. Look at this here, holding that white line, holding all the way over to the right hand side, and it's Frattini the one asking the question. I'm going to go here, you have the rest of the track, try and find your way past me, and that's how you know, proactively defend. You should always be proactive on defense. Being reactive on defense causes incidences. We'll see the Dingus Racing car. That was a little bit sketchy indeed, and 5-star's nearly taken them straight off the road. Great move from 5-star. The up and under potentially coming here from Frattini, who gets back to the inside.
Grosdanic saw the opportunity with traffic, and now he'll have the inside on the run to the S's. It won't matter. Frattini's off the road, slips into the grass, and now drops back into line. He will have to regroup and attack once again. But with 13.5 minutes remaining, time is ticking down. I'd like to see a replay of that one, and maybe from up above, because I'm not quite sure. Grosdanic was definitely a little bit aggressive, but traffic was the opportunity, and he took it.
I think, yeah, Grosdanic might be a little bit faster at the moment, and so potentially will be checking out just a little bit. Here's a little bit of a look at it. So Frattini on the inside line, like I say, taking that defensive line, and Grosdanic on the outside. At this point here, if he had a spotter, Frattini's spotter might have said, get left now, cut straight across the nose of it. Didn't have the confidence to do so. Grosdanic once again completely sent it into NASCAR. That was a big send. It allowed Frattini to come straight back to the inside, and they were side by side at this point, obviously with the Dingus car working its way through. Frattini here though, just on the dirty part of the track, went straight on, couldn't have the grip to get back on quick enough, but to be fair, great battle and great display.
And so a swap around on the podium spots. The swap around for 11th and 12th position has seen Aidan Wilkinson jump in front of Fabrizio Rivera. This is the look as to how it unfolded. This is to the shortcut turn 13 that brings you into the infield. A bit of a send and maybe a bit of a push as well, and forcing the door open, but got it stopped in time and move made.
Well, Carr said if car gap, and Carr went gap. That was pretty bold. That was pretty bold. Maybe a little bit too far over the line, but there's no race control here. You won't have Arjuna staring at your race incidents.
Not live, but don't forget iRacing Race Control. We'll take a look afterwards. And I can say that the Three Blind Mice car, you'll see it pull to the right now, it got a drive-through penalty as a result of that contact. Now, what I will say, I'm quite clear on this in my mind, but you get 35 incident points across of the 4-hour race. Now, that one bit of contact would have given him 4 incident points. That contact was not the reason why he got the penalty. The reason why he got the penalty was the 31 other incident points that he got in the previous 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, this is where the whole, like some of the incident points, everyone argues like, oh, but if I get pushed off the road, like, yeah, even the contact there, but it was, even when it was like, when I obviously was dealing with like Le Mans Virtual stuff like that, all the drivers were saying like, right, we get 8 track cuts a race. Now, the track cuts in that aren't like going off track. That is a proper, you've cut across the track and gained time. Right, you get 8 of those a race, or however many it was a race, and everyone was like, "Yeah, but what if I get pushed off and then I get a penalty for that?" It's like, what happened to the other 7 though? Like 8 is more than reasonable for a 24-hour race, because you're talking one proper track cut every 3 hours. Yeah. And again, you have to gain, like, you gain time from doing it. It's not like just going off the road a little bit. And yeah, drivers will complain. It's like, but that one final one is not the defining part of it. It's the last part of it, but it's not the defining part. The 7 others are the defining parts. And there'll be at least one of those where you yourself have just blasted over the track.
Oh, unfortunate for Apex Action Racing. Technical disconnection for them. And I think they've just been robbed of a 2nd place finish. We'll see if they're still going to be able to grab something from this race. But it is JFR Esports that are now looking comfortably up at the front and have just left pit lane for the final time today. Yeah, this is something that, just to be, honest about, I had a conversation with somebody who is a broadcaster in the real world, but also a race director in the real world, okay? So Anna Stewart, they've done it all basically in motorsports. They are much more of an authority than I am, unfortunately, than you are, Lewis. But to be fair, they're more of an authority than 99.9% of people in the world of motorsports on most things. And I was talking to them and showing them some of the systems that we have for track limits in iRacing and whatnot. And they basically laughed and said, wow, you guys are really nice to your drivers.
Yeah, I mean, there is something for being too harsh and, you know, being nice, all that kind of stuff, but this is maybe going to sound slightly condescending. You have to treat drivers like children, because if you don't give them harsh penalties for doing things wrong, they will just keep doing it because it's fun, isn't it? To abuse track limits and to, well, yeah, winning's fun. So you've got to treat them a little bit like children. They have to be punished, and they have to be explained everything about 3,500 times. Why can't I exceed track limits? Because it's against the rules. But why not? You just have to keep going. This is why I will never, ever, ever again do anything to do with race control. Ever. I can't do it. I don't have the patience.
Ooh, fast lane, Team Mad wide, Clio's wide in unison, it would seem. That was 3 blind mice running off the road and following the car they couldn't see. That didn't, I think, lose any positions. That just dropped them down in terms of time. Yeah, because iRacing maker Clio free car is still in 2nd with a quite commanding lead, but 7.5 minutes to go. Small slip-ups like that, it shows how easy it can be to make a mistake.
We've forgotten something, Arjuna.
What?
We're in the final 10 minutes.
Oh, no, I said that.
Yeah, but we've not done liveries.
Oh, yes, no, we were going to get to that. As we watch the replay.
Oh, goodness me.
Apex Action Racing, by the way, have just rejoined the track and are still in 2nd. So a driver got disconnected. They were able to return to pit lane, put their new driver in, and get out onto track before they lost a position. Remarkable. Nate Stewart going to try and bring that car across the line in 2nd.
Yeah, indeed. That's, I mean, fair enough. Nate Stewart's obviously a quality driver. Being chucked behind the wheel basically last minute. It's only for a few minutes. Let's see what's happened to Signer again. Did have a problem. Oh, had exactly this problem going up towards Oak Tree earlier on in the race. I'm thinking that's something to do with downshifting. Picking that final downshift, it really snapped the rear end round.
Yeah, I was feeling the deja vu watching that, if I'm being honest. But yeah, similar incident. a second I thought we were about to see something with the Chimera entry, but no. 6.5 minutes to go then. Do you want to go first, Lewis? Should I go first?
No, I'll go. I got
Okay.
it. I got it. So I've been thinking about it. I am going to go the boring option. Sorry. I was thinking the Apex Action Project Valor car looks really nice. Speaking of Apex, the Apex This GR car actually quite vibed with the livery on that. Impulse is always one that I've vibed with very nicely. However, it is boring, but it is the German sim racing car. I still maintain I think it's one of the best. It's such a good looking car. It's got the material stuff, it's got dark, it's got light, it's got a bit of everything. German sim racing, in my opinion, best livery on the grid.
No, that I think is not an unfair shout. Like you say, as that's the Barracuda Networks car, not had an easy day by any means. The German sim racing livery just works so well on all cars as well. And that's not to say that it's the same on all cars. They do a good job of adapting it. I think this is some deja vu as well, because he's been spun there at least once, if not twice before. But
yeah, that was unfortunately a bit of a shame for the Barracuda car. So we'll have to just get back going again, but obviously in the grass, we'll drag a little bit of mud back onto the road. It's just a bit awkward there for the Barracuda car. It's not been a great day for him. There is my pick for livery. I just, again, black, green, what's not to love? It looks fantastic. Also, it's got the Nordschleifer on top of it. So, banner.
That's a nice little touch as well. The Wiskins Racing livery is quite nice,
Okay.
On that 42. That's pretty nice. That's up there for me. The 87 racing car is quite nice,
Yeah.
I quite like that. Like you said, they just added some colors to that. So, you know what? I'm gonna go with. I mean, that is a pretty nice livery.
It is a good livery, actually.
Yeah, I very much think that is one of the better liveries. But I think no, never mind. I'm going to go with that. It's on screen. I'm going with it. Wisk Racing, livery of the race.
You wimp. Speaking of good liveries, by the way, we do have a good battle between two good-looking cars at the moment. The 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw and 5 Star continue their fight. Dario Frattini, he's got back into it. He's to the outside now, heading down to the hairpin.
And so this is now roles reversed. Remember, Frattini was on the defense for lap after lap. Grozdanic, for a second I thought he'd slid out a bit wide, but no, very well judged. And so with 4 minutes left to go, where is the race leader? They are just coming into the final sector right now and just diving through the final couple of corners. So 2 laps to go for them, 2 laps to go for these drivers as well in their fight for second.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. I'm sure it's going to come down to the wire, but at the moment, Frattini's doing everything he can to potentially apply the pressure and find their way through into second spot. Of course, both these cars have had their dramas, including Frattini having that spin on the exit of pit lane on that final stop. And that's kind of the interesting bit here, is that had Frattini not had that spin, there would be no battle for second position in this class. Would already be comfortably in it, would already be comfortably far away from the 5 Star Motorsport car, 10 or so seconds down the road. But one spin and, again, you're up against the wall.
But almost as a counter to what you're saying there, remember that Grozdanic has spent, I think in total, about 20 more seconds in pit lane than the 87 Racing team. I still don't even truly understand why. It would be very interesting to ask Grozdanic afterwards if there was something slightly differently that he was doing in the strategy, or if he was just running off to the bathroom. He's left the door open, didn't really cover the inside. Fortunate that Frattini didn't shove his car up the inside. And remember, they will have 1 more lap to go after the one that they're on. So 2 full trips around this Grand West layout, 8 full miles for them to battle. And it's 2 MX-5s going toe-to-toe for second.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a great fight. It's been very exciting throughout this race. It will continue to be exciting all the way to the checkered flag, and they've got a fair time to get to it, thankfully, as well, with it being such a long lap around here. There are a few opportunities, but there are, it's 2 major ones. It's down into turn 1, and it's on the end of the back stretch. Outside of that, your overtaking opportunities are limited. You can't really dive into Oak Tree. Around this circuit, it's all really single file, but at the moment, Frattini is filling the mirrors as best he can and just trying to get that car slightly offline, try and open up an opportunity somehow, some way, without costing yourself too much time.
Out of Oak Tree, Grosdanic opened up the entry quite nicely, but then almost arced out too wide. Did that compromise him? He's gone straight to the inside. He knows can't afford to let that door get opened. He needs to position himself as aggressively defensively as possible. I think Frattini is just a little bit too far behind this time around. And indeed, Old's position will have one final lap after this. Olivia Hayward's just jumped into the iRacing Esports Network chat to also give us a crucial bit of information. Lewis, both these drivers are 4 incident points away from a drive-through penalty. They can afford absolutely no contact as they get inches apart down through turn 16.
Well, let's think about this critically, shall we? They're both 4 instant points away, which means if they have contact, they will both get a drive-through penalty, which then means the outlier speed code will come through to take the podium.
Well, not just that, but then unfortunate incident involving a small Japanese automobile would grab third. Some pressure. Keep it clean. One more lap to go. Your leaders already come around to take the white flag. And this comes down to one final lap here. The very first production car challenge at ViR, a brand new special event for iRacing, but one already confirmed to continue into 2025. It's been an interesting first edition, and these two are going to really put on a show to the end. Traffic squeezes up the inside, but now they've got some clean air behind them, and they can focus on their fight. Grosdanic, we know, is going to do one thing and one thing only: protect that inside with his life. Frattini's going to be forced either to switch things back or to stick it out around the outside. He can't run that line. He's back into line for now.
Yeah, way too deep. Means there's only going to be one opportunity, really, and that's the end of the backstretch, which at the moment our race leaders are going down onto before they head into the infield section. So that's really the only opportunity for Frattini to work his way past. And again, can't be too risky with the move, courtesy of the instant points looming over their head. This is a look back at your pick for favourite livery.
No. I just had it's the curse of the commentator.
No, I know you were trying to say to get me. You didn't say they were doing well. They just said they had a decent livery. That can't possibly mean that then their car blows up.
Someone doesn't believe in the curse of the commentator, but someone here does. These two still going neck and neck. Well, turn 10's not really a passing opportunity, but Frattini's running out of options. He does pressure Grosdanic into a small mistake. Your overall leader's ready to come through the final couple of corners. Big shot to the bumper out of turn 12. Grosdanic holds on.
Yeah, indeed. It is literally last couple of corners at the moment for the General Ortega fan club by P1 Docs. They're coming through, but of course, probably going to have to see this fight as well. It's a lot happening all at the same time, Arjuna.
It's been domination up front. We haven't seen them very much. That's kind of what they wanted. It's Patrick Hingston, David Sobrero, the final iRacing special event winners in 2024 here at America's Motorsport Resort. 90 seconds will be their margin of victory. Utter domination in a 4-hour race. Rest of the class winners will cycle to the line. JFR Esports in the Toyota GR86. Crash Bang Wallop, of course, in the MX-5s, and then Impulse in the Renault Clios. All our class winners, dominant displays. Both the MX-5 and the Clio Cup winners going to come across the line at the very same time. Back over in the MX-5 battle, though, Lewis, I think for the time being, 5-Star Motorsports have just done enough.
Yeah, I don't believe the 87 racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw is going to be close enough. There isn't the opportunities left to go, so unless there's a mistake coming down at this part of the circuit from the 005, it's pretty much set that this is going to be the podium. It's been a thrilling battle, though. Excellent fighting between the two of them. Very, very enjoyable to watch, and clean as well.
Kept it clean enough to avoid the drive-through penalty on the final lap as well. I think that's maybe something that was going through their minds. Run to the line, second and third. They'll be quite happy with the results, albeit maybe looking at the margin up to the leader and wondering exactly where they gave up 40 seconds. through all of that. Here comes JFR Esports, though. Jeremy Fletcher started the car. Ben Langford's going to finish the job off. It's been a very solid day for them as well. Their margin of victory, yes, aided by a technical issue for Apex Action Racing, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Lewis, that margin might as well be a full lap at that point.
Yeah, I mean, absolute domination. Very, very impressive. Just wild to see a car be that dominant. And again, you don't see that level of domination that often. And they have just absolutely committed in 4 hours, remember, as well. That gap has happened in 4 hours.
That's what makes it so impressive. Yes, aided by the technical issue. It's going to be marked as a 1 lap margin at the end, but that's more just a reflection of A, where the leader was, and again, B, how things ended up finishing up. I think we just have a handful of cars that will come to the line and finish their respective races up. And then an opportunity for us to grab a look at the race results, reflect on the year that has been, and then close out 2024. JFR Esports winners in the Production Car Challenge at ViR, as the other class winners start to celebrate. The Jenna Ortega fan club goes wild in jubilation.
Yeah, again, very, very impressive drive from them. It's absolutely dominant. Barely spoke about them apart from when we were comparing them to BS competition. So at least their livery got them on broadcast a little bit. Definitely didn't win livery of the day.
No,
but that's okay. That's okay. You know, it's fine. They did win the race. They did the important bit, but it was good.
So look at the BMW results, where 90 seconds between first and second, but then margin behind a little bit smaller than that. So Jenna Ortega's fan club, powered by P1 Docs, grabbed the victory in the spec BMW GT4 class with the G29 merchanting team behind them. And then German Sim Racing rounding out the podium. Dingus Racing, NSR Red, Thomas Enge, and then Friend Motorsport, top 7, and the first car down 1 lap. Thomas Arens for Ari, one of the solo drivers, in 8th, while Basic Ollie drops down to 9th. A couple of incidents over the course of that particular race. Barracuda Networks, 2 laps down for them, but at least they finish, unlike the Carl Simsport Toasted Waffles team, Angry Beaver Racing, and SART Endurance. Lewis, talk us through the Renault Clios.
Yes, indeed. Of course, the excellent victory there for Impulse. Miguel Freitas doing the entirety of the race, winning by 16 seconds over the iRacing Make Clio a free car. 1 position away from me joining their cause. That's fine. They'll have to just settle for, the advertisement being on the screen at the moment. Fastlane Team Mad then ended up finishing in 3rd position. Mercedes, of course, and Da Costa behind the wheel of that one. Orange finishing in 4th position with the Rig Races team behind. Team Chimera, late drama for them. 6th position. Then it's TSRC, Esports, F4S, and then the 2 Wiskins cars. Of course, the 42 of that being Arjuna's pick for best livery of the day. Then we've got 3 Blind Mice. Then it's Beaned It Motorsport, and then it's the Legends car.
That's all that needs to be said about that entry as well. What legends they are. GR86 is, again, margin skewed by where the overall leader placed out relative to this, but it is JFR Esports victorious, with Apex Action Racing with Project Valorous holding on to 2nd, even with the technical disconnection at the end of the day. Scuderia Bababooey, Nick Sudik didn't expect to do this race solo, ends up with a podium. What more can you say to round out the year? Epic Sim Racing, an epic move past Motorsports Factory Yellow for 4th position, while Blocko Motorsports, Motorsimsport, 6th, Apex this GR 7th, and then Hexa Racing Team MWGP at one point, of course, up in contention at the front of the field, down in 9th, and then the Dudarev Motorsport number 26, just in front of the cracked racing car, the final of the GR86s and the only DNF in class. Lewis, take us through the MX-5s.
Yes, indeed, the final class. It was dominated by Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango, Danamore and Harvey Jones. Congratulations to their victory. comfortably clear, 40 seconds over the thrilling battle we saw all the way to the line. 5-Star Motorsport against 87 Racing by Scuderia Dunkersaw. Cracking battle. The Outlier Speed Code, they pitted earliest of all and still nearly managed to work their way onto the podium. And there was indeed one. There was an unfortunate incident involving a small Japanese automobile. And that's why they finished down in 5th position. Jack Veazey by himself finishes in 6th position, with JP's team finishing in 7th. Rudolph Redline Racers in 8th. Firebird Sim Racing in 9th. Hawkster Sim Racing, of course, Cody Deeth behind the wheel. Basically a retirement late on, meaning that the Team Tour go all the way to the back of the field, the MX-5's Talk Tour podcast, finishing down in 11th position. By finishing, I mean retiring. Very early indeed.
Let's grab a quick chat with race winner in the GT4s, Patrick Hingston, who's standing by. Patrick, congratulations, a dominant drive from you and David to close out 2024. Talk us through that race. How did it feel behind the wheel?
At the start of the race, like, I thought we were like, it was tough because GSR, like German Sim Racing, was like keeping up with us a lot. So like, yeah, it was just like navigating traffic a lot, but I'm pretty sure like they lost us to the traffic because like it was doing like a really good job staying in draft. So yeah, but yeah, it was just mainly traffic management. And then when David got in the car, it was like he did like really good. So.
Well, congratulations, Patrick. Great drive, dominant drive as well, and we'll see you in 2025. Enjoy the rest of the year.
Yep, thank you.
From the winning entry in the GT4 class, let's throw it over to Lewis McLeod, who's standing by with Dan Amor, winner in the MX-5s as part of the Crash Bang Wallop Team Mango entry.
Yes, indeed. I do have Dan Amor alongside me. Hello, congratulations. Dominant victory with you and Harvey Jones. Kind of checked out very early in that race, though, and made it a little bit boring for us. What happened there? He can't work a microphone. It's fine.
Oh.
Bet. Dan. He is absolutely speechless. I will ask one more time, what happened in that race?
The mangoes have got to him.
That's true. It's true. He's gone. Rest in peace, Dan Amor. We
Crash
salute
bang
you.
Wallop.
He's absolutely speechless. I promise you, he did join us here in the Discord, but he's gone.
He did. We gave it a good try, the college try, as some would say. But Lewis, I mean, I think that's looking like it in terms of our winners coming and chatting with us. So let's reflect on what has been a rather wild 2024. I mean, so many special events, so much going on in the world of iRacing, and the most recent iRacing build just brought even more toys for us to enjoy. What are you looking forward to in 2025? You're not allowed to say working with me even more.
Well, no. I was going to say the exact opposite. I was going to say I'm looking forward to all the broadcasts that I do that you're not a part of. That's fine. No, I'm going to get back involved in sim racing a little bit. I'm looking forward to, for one, jumping straight back in with the 24-hour of Daytona. To be fair, not that long. I know you got the Raw before it as well. I mean, there's so many great events over here. There's a lot that I'm kind of eyeing up. I do want to do my Indy 500 next year. It's fine. I'll get around to it. I mean, look, I'm just excited. It's going to be another great year for sim racing. Will Williams dominate the way they kind of have been running through the entirety of 2024? 2025 is going to be great. I'm looking forward to it.
So much to look forward to, and I'm guessing there might even be some late additions that we might not even know about based on what we saw in 2024. Of course, the Production Car Challenge just being one of a couple. I saw a late addition to our interview room, so we'll quickly drag in Jeremy Fletcher and ask him a question. Jeremy, congratulations on a dominant drive. Talk us through it and the result up front in the GR86.
Yeah, it was pretty good there. Our pace, we knew we had pace on the field, probably about 3-4 tenths, and then I kind of managed traffic in the Clios, I thought, pretty well, and gave Ben the car nice and clean, and he did his thing and kept building on that gap.
Congratulations on a great drive, and we'll see you in 2025. Joined a little late, glad that we could get that squeezed in. But Lewis, final thoughts from you before I say goodbye for 2024.
Yeah, I mean, look, great event, nice. Again, late edition, fair enough, but a nice one to be chucked in here. Obviously from VIR, had a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I was in the booth with you, but that's fine. I now owe you a round of golf, apparently. Crazy.
What more could I ask for? Well, it's been a great year here, live on the iRacing Esports Network and on RaceSpot TV for iRacing special events. Can't wait to do it all again in 2025, and we'll roll back around to Daytona sooner rather than later. On behalf of our team behind the scenes, Hugo Luis, Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Lewis McLeod. See you next year. Enjoy the rest of 2024.